Un momento. Check, check. Everybody can hear me. All right, now I need to add my guest.
Done, Fogger.
Now we're interrupting. All right, I can. They can hear me, I hope. And can you now hear Sadie? You could hear him in the background.
Yeah, I could hear him screaming "Pogger."
every time Jiggly starts a new thing, Jiggly is always messing up the old things. So here I am, first episode of Poke and Pull. We are here to go as deep as anyone has ever gone into Golbat and a little bit into Crobat. Spoiler alert, there may not be a whole lot to learn about Crobat that's positive, but we will try. We will give it our best. And you can already see on the screen we have got a happy little Golbat. I don't know if I've ever seen as happy of a Golbat as Saidypoo has sketched on front of his artwork. But the goal of this show, we got a lot of goals going on. We are going to try to tell you what you need to know about Golbat, tell you which ones you need to keep, which ones you need to dump, which ones are going to win different matchups, why you might want to consider different movesets, and we want to reduce it all down to an infographic or two, and put those out for everybody to use, because we have a couple of metas coming up, and it's been the case in the past that Golbat has been very heavily used. We've got Halloween Cup coming up, and it figures to be very prominent. So you want to know what you need in your Golbat. There are definitely situations where a Golbat is going to fare better or worse against its mirror counterparts. And hopefully by the end of this, we will all understand. Jiggly can transfer some extraneous Pokemon, and we can put something out there that is not just your average everyday infographic. It will be backed by the art of none other than our friend of the community, Saidypoo, who is behind so many of the infographics that you guys are familiar with. So without further ado, let me see. I'm trying to figure out how do we I think you might need to go back out of present mode in order for us to see our other guests. But if we don't see them, we have in the background the one and only KakunaMattata Matt from PV Poke. Thought on the very first episode of Poke and Pull we should have somebody who is expert and can tell us when we are wasting our time in a certain avenue when we could be more efficiently researching, perhaps guide some folks who are more new to the process. If you've never gone into those matrix simulations, hopefully we can have you feeling comfortable with that by the time we are done. We have got Boy in the Woods from Battle Science Podcast. He is a particular aficionado of the Crobat. He is going to do his best to try and convince us that there's some case to keep some sort of Crobat for the future. I hope that he's able to convince us that we can keep something, but honestly, I need to clear up as much space as possible. And we have as well channel contributors, friends of the stream, two of my Bellsprout and my Oddish, Scientist E and Sir Maximus. So I am going to Sadie, I think, is going to be a little bit on the quiet side, except when he's looking for a little bit of input as to what we want out of the art. But what do you think, Kakuna, when you are doing using your own tool to do some matrix simulations for yourself? What are the first steps that you usually follow?
So what I usually do is usually it's when I have a Pokemon of my own that I'm looking at, and I'll start by putting in like the rank 1 Golbat on one side. Then I'll add my own Golbat right beneath it, and then select, the specific meta I'm looking at. So that'll be maybe the Great League meta or the Halloween Cup meta. And then when you run that, you can see any differences between the two's matchups. And that's an easy way to spot breakpoints, bulk points, and situations where matchups might flip.
When you are putting together your different tweets or infographics for your Patreon, that sort of thing, what do you do when you're trying to determine what are the relevant breakpoints? Do you pretty much look at the meta and see where those are flipping and look at that, or do you go even deeper into it?
Yeah, exactly. Mostly just core meta matchups. Like if you can get wing attack from 2 to 3 damage on an Azumarill, that's huge. So then you kind of circle that and move on. But I am working on a kind of mass breakpoint tool to help find that stuff a little easier. So we'll see how far that gets down the road.
You're gonna make our job easier? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe you'll end up spending more time with it than you did previously.
Instantly obsolete.
Instant obsolescence. I'm used to being rendered obsolete by PV Poke. I was a whole lot better at this game before the site was everywhere. But so Steven, Boy in the Woods, you have kind of looked into the Cerebi kind of information, the stuff that people might look into if they were trying to figure out what move something might get in the future. Why don't you get us started a little bit just by talking about what you did find about what could possibly fix our poor friend Crobat that doesn't seem to have much love? Because I think we're going to have a lot of time to delve into the Golbat, but I feel like just because you're here for your special man Crobat, that we should give it some love up front.
I guess I'm could be considered a Crobat convert, and I'm gonna try and make other people Crobat converts too. I had a special appreciation by playing some of the main series games, and going through one of the caves and actually caring about Zubat, or encountering a Zubat and thinking, hey, maybe I should give this a shot. And so in the main series games, as people that have played a bit of both, a bit of Pokemon Go and one of the main series games might know that the way that the mechanics work and such, the higher the evolution, usually the better the Pokemon. Whereas within Pokemon Go, we know that depending on stats or movesets, a third tier evolution won't always perform very well. The key thing that sort of shows up within specifically Crobat, and then specifically Great League, but also sort of plagues it within Ultra League, is its moveset's rather poor, especially when it's considered to its younger second evolution, Golbat. Crobat's main affliction is that I believe it's Air Slash. Let me double check. I'm going to speak out of turn here. So Air Slash as its primary fast move is just not a fantastic flying type move, especially on Crobat. Its energy gain is not as good as wing attack. And then on top of that, rather than having something that's more spammy with Poison Fang, Crobat's got Sludge Bomb, which in some cases works out, especially something like Toxicroak, it works out. But with Air Slash having a bit of a lower energy gain, it just doesn't get to that same spam that would really be able to give it a bit of a boost.
So when we're talking about Crobat, is it safe to say, is there anybody that's on the stream that disagrees that we should only be considering it for Ultra League purposes, that Great League it's probably never going to be particularly relevant?
I would say, as it stands, not Great League relevant. It definitely needs to be looked at for Ultra League as kind of this little niche thing. Until it gets like a new move or a move update of some sort, definitely would just focus on Ultra League.
I guess it slightly ranks higher in Master League, but that may be due to a slightly just different pool of things. But it's pretty low regardless. Go on, Steven. Sorry, I just wanted to focus ourselves on Ultra League because I assume that is what you've looked into.
Yeah, I looked into it in a general sense, so I poked around within Great League and primarily focused on Ultra League because of the level cap. Golbat does not get to Ultra League, and with Golbat being almost objectively better than Crobat within Great League, just look at Crobat as an Ultra League competitor. Let's see, go over my notes here.
So do we're primarily looking for a better fast move on it for it to have any hope, right? I mean, it's got a fairly similar moveset to Golbat, right?
Honestly, what I'd love to see is a copy paste of the moveset that Golbat has. So literally just give it wing attack and give it Poison Fang, and then it can perform a pretty similar role, just with a higher stat product for Ultra League. Now, will that perform within the Ultra League meta as opposed to the Great League meta? I don't really know, because the diversity. Golbat's sort of a very diverse tool, even though its moveset's pretty set in stone. Crobat's moveset, I don't know if the diversity within Ultra League would really allow Crobat to shine with that same moveset. So but it just needs it needs a better fast move. Period. Even if it's not wing attack, it needs something different, or an adjustment to air slash. And then on top of that, if its fast move adjusts, maybe Sludge Bomb works out in its favor. But if its fast move doesn't change, then Sludge Bomb, it needs a replacement for Sludge Bomb.
So I am gonna try and pull up in just a moment the my browser where I've got PvPoke up, and what, for those who aren't familiar, Matt, you have the ability to substitute in kind of custom or non-existent moves for mons that don't have them, correct?
Yeah. If you click on the move drop down, there's a custom option, and then you can select any fast move or charge move you want to give a Pokemon in the game. And it's kind of a fun way to mess around with hypothetical move sets. So we could give Crobat Poison Fang and Wing Attack and see how it does in Ultra League.
I wonder if probably Ultra Premier would be a slightly more fair place to put it, I would think, but we shall definitely have to try.
Well, I would say that there was this like really small time when Ultra League had just been released for Go Battle League, and some people, I think JDev and a couple others, were like, hey, let's try Crobat because I have a hundo, or I have like I forgot what it was, but they like kind of stumbled upon it, and they're like, I wonder how good this would do. And they found that back then in kind of Ultra Open, it was, hey, if I run into a Machamp, like I can farm it down. These random Venusaurs, I could farm them down. Sludge Bomb could help take care of the Togekiss and like maybe a Clefable. And then Shadow Ball was okay enough to do something against Tina. Maybe if there was something else that popped up, then it's like a okayish like general a move to throw. So there was like this really small slice of kind of like how you see now Drifblim kind of going in there too, and just randomly doing a good job at breaking up some cores or some popular movesets when, as the meta fluctuates throughout the time. So if they got a boost in wing attack, maybe it becomes a little bit more competitive. In Premier Cup, when the meta is a little bit more narrow, it might get one of those things where it's like, that's great because you'll see more Machamps, you'll see more Togekiss, you'll see more like stuff that it might do well against, but then it gets pushed out because of its limited move pool. Like Shadow Ball does really poorly in that meta, and you'll see more Magnezones or and stuff like that. So you're like, well, it's actually now a bigger liability. Sure, it hits the Metagross, but it's one of those things where it's similar to how some players feel about Togekiss, where it wins really well and it loses really hard. Like it just gets absolutely walled, and I don't like that, so I don't like to use it. It's a really straightforward mon. There's not a lot of play to it. I don't like that. So I could definitely see it having some use and viability as it stands. But if it gets something new to it like that wing attack, I think it might work well. So like, let's take a look at the numbers on PvPoke.
Oh yeah, DeFi, that is in fact Saidypoo drawing. He is he's kind of wandering aimlessly at the moment because we haven't given him something to do. He's drawing his cute little Golbat on top of art which is also his own. Almost all the art that we're going to be featuring here is going to either be something that he's already done, or in the future probably something that he'll do specifically that ties into the mon that we choose. But this is the first one, so we don't know exactly how that's going to go. I think that this happy little Golbat is definitely a keeper, though. I think maybe in the background, Max, if you could maybe message Sadie some of the information that you think in terms of the move counts that I was talking about, send those over that way. And we might also want to include Ominous Wind, because that is a legacy move.
Yeah, I have
you
it
do?
all on there.
Okay.
I have every single possible combination: wing attacks and poison fang, shadow ball, ominous winds, returns, and air cutter.
Okay.
Except for on the Crobat. The Crobat is missing the return.
Okay. Well, yeah, the Crobat. I don't know if the Crobat will make the main graphic on the on this part. We'll talk about it, but I don't know if it'll be enough room. But I'm just thinking, give Sadie the information to kind of start playing with. I'm thinking that when you guys think of infographics, especially for PvP, what kind of stuff do you think would be the stuff that you would like to see most prominently featured? I'm thinking things about. I think move counts are definitely important, especially when you're facing them. And I think that perfect IV combinations, those are interesting enough, but I think that that ultimately that's going to vary, and having that kind of thing at the top may not be as important. What kind of things do you guys think would be like the top of the fold kind of PvP information you want to see?
Yeah, I'd say rank 1 IVs, maybe if we get into it, ideal IVs, if we find a really good combo that hits certain breakpoints or something.
Right.
And then like key wins and key losses in the meta.
All right. So yeah, Sadie, just kind of start playing with the way you think you would want to present those kind of numbers kind of toward the top, and we'll let you have at least something to work on while we are still talking about Crobat. So I put Crobat in and gave it wing attack and poison fang, and it doesn't seem like it honestly fares unbelievably, or not particularly well, even against the entirety of Ultra League. It gets up to 191 wins, so it's better than 50-50 when you've maxed out its IVs at 315-15. And let's see, if you give it the best buddy boost, the 115-15, 195 wins. So that seems like the ceiling for Crobat. Can anyone think of any other way that it would potentially get better? I guess it doesn't really seem like Sludge Bomb versus Poison Fang makes a difference. Would you make a case that Sludge Bomb would be the better move in an Ultra League where the bulk of the mons is a lot higher and those quick little bait moves are not necessarily what you're always looking for? What do you think, Ethan?
Yeah, I think it just needs a move update, to be honest. I feel like Sludge Bomb and Shadow Ball, they pair nicely together. The wing attack could be a little bit more favorable for it. But I think it might actually need some sort of bait move that also hits semi-hard. I mean, Poison Fang is just something that's like, I feel like Shadow Punch is just like a really good bait move for like Gengar, for example. So having maybe something like that for a poison move would be like, that would be very beneficial for Crobat in Ultra League. But I don't know. There's the typing for Crobat in Ultra League is just it's just kind of rough too, because like even Gallade, I feel, would have a decent time against it, even being a fighting type. So it's tough because I think what I'll talk about later on too is that Crobat as a Pokemon, the reason why it is so, or kind of strong in the main series, is because of its speed stat, and it doesn't have that, like, the same implications in this game. So it's very different in that sense. So I'll talk about that later, but yeah, I feel like what Crobat needs is a move update, and then also maybe like possibly like if we ever get to like the level 50 like cap being introduced, maybe like a level update as well. Maybe it would help. But it really, like, I don't think it matters because it's just gonna stay the same. I feel maybe the stats will be raised a little bit, but we'll just have to see. I think what gave it its strengths though were its speed. So we'll just have to see. But yeah.
All right, I will just put it in against the Ultra League meta and just see hypothetically if the meta were similar to what it is today, what we have got going on here. We've got, obviously, it beats the grasses, beats the fairies, beats Escav. Let's see, beats Dragonite, Driftblim.
I have
Ferrothorn,
a little image of all the key matchups for Great League. Golbat, Shadow Golbat, Crobat, and Shadow Crobat.
Okay.
Let me see if I can attach that in here real quick.
All right.
I sent it to Saidypoo, and I sent some other stuff to Saidypoo in the Discords.
Does it now? Air Slash hasn't. Air Slash is one of those moves that hasn't been touched since the game launched, right, Matt?
Right. Yeah. It's still, I believe, a 3 damage per turn, 3 energy per turn move. Let me double check just to make sure.
Air Slash is 3 damage per turn, 3 energy per turn, and it's a 3-turn move. Where Wing Attack is a 2.5 damage per turn, a 3.5 damage. I'm sorry. Let me go back. So Air Slash is 3 damage per turn, 3 energy per turn, 3-turn move. Wing Attack is 2.5 damage per turn, 3.5 energy per turn, 2-turn move.
Okay. So, if you think about Air Slash, and if Air Slash were to be buffed, you'd also be buffing Skarmory and Tropius. There would be a lot of
implications, right?
Collateral damage,
Right.
Let's say
it falls in the same category as things with Zen Headbutt, where you can't exactly imagine it getting buffed because of the things it would benefit. Does Crobat or Golbat learn Gust in the main series games? The move that we have incoming.
Yes.
And both evolutions are. I'm not good with the main series. Is that pretty much a thing where if it's in one of the species, they can all get it?
Yes. So if it can learn it in the first evolution, the third evolution will continue to learn it. There are moves that certain evolution lines will only learn at either the second or third evolution. But then some of those are egg moves where you can breed them. Actually, I think in some cases you can teach the first forms some really bizarre move combos and moves they would not normally learn until much later through breeding. But breeding is the super complicated mechanic that we'd have to theory craft for hours to try and figure out
right
some semblance of working within Pokemon Go.
So it does seem to me like potentially Gust is actually the better move in terms of winning matchups. If you get it to Gust, Shadow Ball, Poison Fang, it gets up to 220 wins in the overall Ultra League at 1 shield.
Nice. Is that
real good?
Sludge Bomb or Poison Fang?
Sludge Bomb gets to 222, so that seems to be the best one. Let's see if there's any obvious matchups in here that we would be surprised by.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling like you don't like Gengar's really niche in the sense that it's so squishy, and I think maybe Crobat has this. I feel like Gengar's squishier though. They're both squishy. I don't know. Like, what do you think, PB? Is that true, Matt? Do you know, or either Matt?
In Ultra League.
Yeah, Ultra League. I actually don't know. Yeah, Crobat and Gengar. Which one's squishier? I could look it up here.
I would be willing to bet Gengar.
Yeah, probably Gengar. Yeah, Gengar does look squishier. So because it's squishy, right? It needs that Shadow Punch to bait moves. But I feel like since Crobat has a decent amount of bulk, like some bulk, unless you're running a Shadow variant, I I feel like having the nuke moves are fine, and that's why like Gust and Sludge Bomb Shadow Ball are pretty good for the meta.
Yeah, Crobat looks to have about the same amount of bulk as Venusaur.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fairly average, not bad.
Yeah, and in the Premier Cup meta, it actually, if it gets Gust, which would be insane, it would actually be like it's a 50-50 win-loss ratio in the Ultra Premier Cup meta. So
Ooh, that's exciting.
that's
Same in
really
regular
exciting.
meta, yeah.
Do you want to
Yeah.
toggle the shadow?
Yeah, I
want
to see that.
See how
Oh,
that
yeah.
changes, because
So,
that was
yeah.
something that we were batting around, was the Gust being a confusion clone, and
Oh yeah, it actually improves
Zubat,
it.
the Zubat line being the only flyer that is, and honestly one of the most common shadow type Pokemon. A Shadow Golbat or Crobat with Gust would turn it into a flying variant of Executor with Confusion, or a Shadow Victory Bell with Razor Leaf. So,
Yeah, it looks like with in the Ultra League meta, straight up, Shadow Crobat maxed out can win 20 with the moves with Gust and Shadow Ball Sludge Bomb, and in the Premier meta, it is 18, 11, and 1. So it definitely seems like Gust would make a huge difference for Crobat, and that the Shadow does, in fact, have slightly better matchups. Overall, it seems like it gets a more convincing win over Snorlax. I mean, I'm sure it can't possibly beat Snorlax presently. It beats it Shadow or not, but it's more convincing with the Shadow. And I think Poliwrath just barely eked into the win category with the Shadow variant as well.
So, something I noticed, and this is something I said too, if you change the charge move, if you add a bait move to it, instead of having a nuke as a shadow, it actually performs better in the meta, because it needs that bait move, because it becomes squishier.
In the Ultra or
In
the
the
Premier?
Ultra Premier, and I think Ultra, I haven't checked Ultra, but the Ultra Premier for sure. It increases it, I think, by 2 or 1. I think it gains who does it gain? It gains is that Gallade that it gains? Oh, simultaneous KO for Gallade.
That's dependent on actually using the bait option, right? I tend to turn it off because everybody tells me I should turn it off, because
Right.
it's the most straightforward way to simulate anything. I mean,
Right.
obviously we know how they play out is different, but
right. Even when you turn that off, it simultaneous KOs with Gallade being a shadow with a bait move,
oh yeah,
and you
there
take a
go.
shield. Yeah, and you take a shield. So
narrowly beats Shadow Snorlax as well.
Ooh. That sounds
Yeah.
like the kind of matchup where you wouldn't want to throw a charge move at all.
Right.
basically,
Tap and hope for the win.
yeah, you just commit.
So can you, having been somebody who's worked on move updates when they come out, I don't know, have you noticed any patterns, Matt, when it comes to when they introduce a new move like this, like with Gust, that we were supposed to get on Pidgeot tomorrow, and apparently we'll get it whenever they decide Flying Cup is going to happen. When they come out with those new moves, how quickly do they seem to be willing to kind of move those out to other mons? It doesn't. Are you?
That's a great question. I'm trying to think of what's a move that was added and then moved to other Pokemon. For example, Smackdown
Right.
was Tyranitar's Community Day move.
Right.
And then not until later did they added it to, I'm trying to think of the timeline here. Rampardos got it, Bastiodon got it, Rhyperior got it. So pretty far down the road. What other moves?
Brown Baller says Meteor Mash. I'm trying to remember whether did Clefable have
Oh,
Meteor
yeah.
Mash, or
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
did
yeah.
Metagross get it and then Clefable got it?
Exactly, yes.
And does anybody else have it other than those two?
Just those two, I believe.
So I guess we probably shouldn't hold our breath that Gust is going to be coming to Crobat anytime soon. Like, it would probably be a matter of months and months, or if not years, before they even considered it. But it does seem like it would make a difference if you were to use. Let's kind of close the book on Crobat. We'll let Steven chime in if he's got anything that he wanted to mention about it. But if you were using this, Max, and you were trying to use a Crobat in your spiciest of Spice Dreams, how do you think that you would try and implement a Crobat strategy, or just in a line in the current Ultra League as it exists, just for fun even?
Hold on one second. Let me take a look at this.
Do you think that you would be more inclined to go with a Poison Fang or a Sludge Bomb with the play style that you tend to use?
So for me, when I look at, let's just go with Premier Cup, because that one's a little bit smaller. I would go with something like a Swampert, because it's spammy, it's shield breaking. It can fight against a Magnezone that's going to just crumple this thing up, and really you have to just try to go for straight Shadow Balls against the Magnezone, because it's a nice piece of damage there. And yeah, you want to say hi? Okay. Say hi. Okay, baby. Yeah, give me 1 second. And like, you would need something to kind of cover that weakness. So for something like Magnezone, I would go with like a Swampert. Plus, having like a Flyer and a ground type is a nice little medium. And then to round it out, I'd probably go with my Azumarill. That you see me use from time to time.
I wasn't trying to tell you to be completely serious. I was trying to say if you were really implementing a strategy that somebody would use.
I would also be using a Magnezone, because like, I've used Magnezone, I really like it. It would take out the Gyarados. That might give this Pokemon some trouble, because it's got the flying typing, it's got the water typing. Dragon Breath and Aqua Tail get there pretty quick. Even though Aqua Tail isn't the best moveset, just the fact that Dragon Breath just like wears you down, and Aqua Tail does a decent amount of damage with Stab. That makes up for that overall move. You need something to kind of combat that, and Swampert isn't going to cut it, so you'd have to use Magnezone itself. So, and that's kind of a good rule of thumb to build in blinds as you go with, like, all right, so Crobat, what does Crobat potentially beat? And then like, what beats that? And so you have like this like cannibalistic team. So like, if Magnezone is going to beat Crobat, then it's like, okay, then I need something to beat the Magnezone. So then Swampert can take care of the Magnezone. And then I'm not sure, but I think that Crobat could probably do a decent chunk of damage to Swampert. It might be like a really close loss, like somewhere in like the 480s, which I'll take that, right? And those are usually in the one shield scenarios. It's like, I'll take that, because then that means that it's farmable for the next thing to come in. So I would try to go with something like that team, and I don't know if anyone else has like a another idea or something, but that's where I would just, off the top of my head, that's what I would go off of.
So, Steven, did you have anything else you came across in your research regarding Crobat that you think needs to be put into the conversation? Because I figure we should spend most of our time on Golbat and give Sadie some stuff to draw, but I definitely want you to get your chance to get your 2 cents in on Crobat.
I think to round out Crobat, I really want it to, I would really want it to be better in Pokemon Go. But right now it just isn't. I want a reason to use it. I want a reason to love it more. There isn't one of those yet. So as much as I'm ready, I have plenty of eligible Crobat for multiple leagues. it gets outshined in Great League, where we see a lot more usage within the Sylph Arena, and then Crobat within it. I just wish we were better. I wish it were better.
All right. All right, let's close the book on poor Crobat and say that if it ever gets Gust, that it'll be interesting. But until that day, it will have to play second fiddle to its first evolution of Golbat in the Great League. Once again, there's no real reason to consider Golbat outside of Great League specifically, I would say. If anyone wants to disagree, they can chime in. I would think that would be an extraordinarily weird argument. But in overall PV Poke rankings, we have got Shadow variant at 160 and the regular variant at 186. In the Flying Cup, which was supposed to be tomorrow, we have Shadow at 23 and regular Golbat at 28. But the most interesting thing right now is that regular Golbat is the 5th ranked thing in the Halloween Cup. Have you taken a significant look at the Halloween Cup, Max? I know that Rocksteady Girl has been running some on her stream. I'm guessing maybe you spent some time with that. Do you feel like Golbat is actually going to be a prominent player in the Halloween Cup as compared to when you look at its ranking there? Is that going to accurately reflect how much we see it?
I think so. Because of the let me double check. I want to make sure that I have the typings right. It's basically Twilight plus Bug, right? It looks like it. It's got the fairy typing. So whenever I see fairy typings, I automatically think someone's gonna bring in Shadow Gardevoir just because it's a known quantity. So like Golbat takes care of that in a nice neat package. It takes care of or it softens up the Azu. I don't think it completely beats an Azu. It's one of those like weird matchups where it's Azu has the Ice Beam to threaten the Golbat. Let's see, Azu. This is Golbat, and yeah, Azu beats it outright in every shield scenario, as long as it has Ice Beam, which I don't see a reason why it wouldn't have Ice Beam. It would be like an Ice Beam Play Rough variant because you need the Play Rough to beat the Azu in the mirror match. Ice Beam has nice coverage. But it does take care of some other like off the wall stuff. So I would say that you would definitely see it because it's got some nice play with that Poison Fang bait to land a Shadow Ball against a lot of things. That maybe like you might see some kind of Psychic typing come in, or somebody wants to bring in like let's take Wormadon Trash for example. Like you have to land that Shadow Ball. So if you go Wormadon Trash and you're able to bait properly, then you might be able to pull off a win, even though it says like you're gonna lose. That's if you're starting fresh, but if you are able to farm something down like a Toxicroak, maybe a Venusaur or something, and then you throw the Poison Fang and they're like, I have to shield this, then maybe you're able to get off a couple of wins because from those matchups you're not completely devastated on your health, so you can try to build up to a second Shadow Ball and maybe like land that because they're thinking you're gonna bait it, and it's one of those things that you can definitely have some play with it. So, and it's a fun mon.
One thing that I think always affects how prevalent something is going to be is how much it costs to make. I know that it seems like we've got a lot more people in the GBL community that are willing to kind of figure out what the necessary mons are and max them out if need be at any given time. But one of the things that I think is always worth pointing out with Golbat is you can build one so unbelievably cheaply that it definitely merits consideration, because if you do a Shadow Stop for a Zubat or a Golbat and you purify it, it will end up at level 25, which is very, very close to where it actually needs to be for PvP. Let's see, if you have a maximized Golbat for PvP, if it's perfect, it would be level 29. If it was a purified perfect, it would it couldn't be any better than
2 like
2 something.
15,
So it'd
maybe
still be like in
13.
the 28.5 range. But I mean, you can basically make them unbelievably cheaply, and say you trade with somebody. If you did a lucky trade with them for whatever reason, I mean, you could literally make it even cheaper. The second move is only 10k, and it ranks highly in a lot of places. You can really substitute it in for a lot of other things, a lot of other flyers. They're not necessarily as good as all the other flyers, but they make a very cheap budget alternative. I know that we asked scientists to look at some of the competitive history of Golbat. I know that I specifically remember having lots of conversations with YTX Pikachu about how you wanted an attack-weighted Golbat in a certain meta that involved Bibarel. Do you know what I'm talking about, and what have you found on the history of Golbat?
Yeah, the Toxic Cup. Toxic Cup was probably like, other than Twilight, the cup where Golbat had its most usage. I think, I mean, if I remember correctly, I think Twilight, it was pretty high ranked as well. But Toxic, Twilight's in season 1 for those that haven't probably played Sylph for as long. But in Toxic Cup, it was used as this safe switch closer Pokemon, and it's super effective in those regards. Like, if you have a high attack weighted Golbat, you can beat out things like the Bibarel and some other things that it would originally lose to. Obviously, like, the main problem for it in the Toxic Cup was the prevalence of things like the I believe it was that was the meta where Steelix was, or was that Rose where Steelix was really popular? I think it was Rose. Rose was the meta where Steelix was super popular, and so obviously it can't beat out those things. That's like, it kind of just, it cries when the Steelix comes out. But in Toxic Cup, it didn't really have as many of steel types. There was, I think the only real threat for the Golbat in Toxic Cup was the Wormadam Trash. And so with an energy advantage and with shields, it could be a super powerful closer. And if you get that energy advantage as a safe switch, you can pretty much beat reliably at least like most of the meta with things like, Toxicroak, Drapion, depending on the moveset, of course. Like Shiftry, Scud Tank. You could beat Quillfish. You could beat all these picks with just an energy advantage and shields. So I think something that's really interesting is that, like we were talking about earlier, this Pokemon that's basically kind of frowned upon by the Pokemon community, like Zubat, for being so annoying in those caves. Like, no one, I mean, I feel like very few people like to go into the caves and encounter a Zubat. But it's an important Pokemon in Pogo PvP, and a lot of what gives it that importance in Open Great League, and especially restricted metas, more in restricted metas than anything, is its coverage against its what would seem like its counters, like Azumarill. Azumarill, so as a Shadow Golbat, if you have an energy advantage and maybe like say equal shields, you could beat out an Azumarill just by having a slight energy advantage with your Poison Fangs. So I think like just that alone makes Golbat really scary if it has an energy advantage. Like, you get a couple wing attacks in and it just becomes a monster. So if you're not quick on your switches, it can go downhill real fast. It's kind of like what it reminds me of is, it's like a less bulky version of almost Noctowl, sort of, because Noctowl has that same role where if you ramp up on wing attacks, you get that energy advantage and you switch. Like that Noctowl in the back is going to be very scary later. So yeah, it's similar to that in that you have an energy advantage, you have shields, and it makes for a really solid closer. And then the Shadow variant flips the matchups, and like we mentioned, I was going to mention this, but it's affordable. So if you have a Great League high-ranked Zubat, I would definitely consider evolving it and giving it a second move, because it's really valuable, and especially in Sylph, as we see with Toxic, Twilight, and even Rose Cup, 3 dominant metas for it. So I think it's an interesting flyer, and it definitely deserves a lot more respect than some people give it. So yeah, the only obviously downside is that it gets absolutely just hard walled by the steel types, and it's like if you have any spammy Pokemon really, but mainly in like the main series games, I remember like Swampert was like the main enemy, like the sworn enemy of Golbat and Crobat. So so really any spammy water type, but yeah, like the Mud Boys in particular can be real scary against Golbat. So yeah, there's more bulk than Crobat, and so I think that Golbat's definitely worth investing into, and a slight move update in the future could definitely change some things too with Golbat. So definitely I would say hold on to them, or hold on to some. Definitely don't hold on to like more than 10 or more than 5, but I would at least keep sub, so that way you're ready for whenever a move drops or something.
Were
like
you talking directly to me when you said don't hold on to that many?
I was talking to myself included. So I probably should go through my storage and look through my Golbats.
For
But,
the record, in the one shield, it looks like Gus does give it 13 more wins in the Halloween Cup. So even in that small meta, it makes it even more dominant.
It's very dominant in restricted metas. So with Gust as a fast move, I think it could put on some serious pressure, especially if it gets an energy lead as well. Like that just makes it even more dangerous with an energy lead, because not only is it doing tons of damage, you're getting like an energy advantage with a slow charge move or fast move. So it's like that much more deadly. But as far as what I found, this is like my favorite part of the research, like the competitive history in the main series. So what I found on that, I'm not going to go too into it because it's Pokemon Go, but it's speed. So I'm going to give a little bit more love to Crobat, because Golbat obviously Golbat, I'm sorry, but we all know we evolved them. So in the main series, its main perk, like I mentioned, was its speed, and that's something that it translates to, like, is it the attack stat, right, Matt? Either Matt or
yeah, it applies to both the attack and defense stat.
And defense, yeah. So it goes into that for PvP, or for Pokemon Go PvP, but in the main series, its attack stat was everything, or its speed stat was everything, and if you pair that with like a choice band, which gave it 50% more attack, and then like, I don't know, like whirlwind sleep talk, and then you have like, you make it like a setup. So there's this move in the main series, right, it's called spikes, and you put down spikes, so it's like a setup for the next Pokemon that comes in, and they stand on the spikes and they take damage. So
Yeah, those
if you
entry hazards were OP.
yeah, entry
but
hazards. Yep. So basically, this setup I'm talking about it was my favorite. I've actually tried it, and it's so much fun. It's the Sleep Talk Whirlwind setup where you purposefully put yourself to sleep and use Sleep Talk to use Whirlwind. And what Whirlwind does is it constantly sends back the Pokemon that's being sent out. And so you basically just Sleep Talk Whirlwind until the opponent's Pokemon die to spikes. And it's
This sounds like a
amazing.
very troll strategy to use.
It is. And Crobat is like perfect for that because that's just the type of Pokemon it is. It's like very fast. It does a lot of damage, and like it's just so if you give it a choice band, right? It puts out that damage, and usually nothing's really faster than Crobat because its speed stat's so incredibly high that a lot of things are slower than it. So you put on a choice band, and if you have like a hyper aggressive moveset like Super Fang, which I believe was priority, like you have a priority move that does a lot of damage plus a choice band. So like I don't know, just to show you the sheer power of Crobat, I think honestly what it needs in Pokemon Go is just a moveset update and like maybe a little bit more added bulk in the future, and then it could actually put in some serious work, like actual serious work. So I think if I haven't sold you already on Crobat, there you go. I think with a little bit more bulk and a moveset update, we're in for a world of hurt in Ultra League and possibly Great League, but more Ultra League. So yeah, that was most fun I had for a while.
If I could interject for 1 second, if
Yeah.
you guys like ASMR streams, try out Saidypoo streams. Where like watching this art is like a new form of like meditation. I swear to God.
There you go.
So Kakuna, when you when you're looking at things like the rankings and you see the differences between the shadow and the regular variants, sometimes in one meta one might be higher, sometimes the other might, and sometimes they might be very close, sometimes they might be very far apart. Probably the more closed it is, the more likely they are to be spread apart. I know that you take into account usage data or predicted usage data to set kind of the top of the meta. What do you look at when you're looking at the shadow variants? Because in some cases, you will find that people have very particular strategies, such as like the attack weighted Golbat or the shadow Golbat in a certain meta, and a lot of other things can kind of revolve around that. Do you go purely based on what numbers PvPoke spits out, or do you have tweaking that goes on behind the scenes in terms of the way it treats shadows?
That's a great question. So with the rankings overall, they're entirely computer generated. So I don't specifically fudge any numbers, but I might play with the weightings for certain Pokemon to try and make sure it feels right. One example, like the Master League rankings, are a total disaster. I hate them so much. Because like in your gut, like Dialga is number one. It should be number one. But anyway, between the shadow and the regular, it's tough because there's just that small differences in matchups, and if it flips Azumarill, then like that's a ton of ranking points you're gonna get there. So it's also worth looking at. I like to compare there's 5 different ranking categories, and when you see one shadow or non-shadow ranked higher than the other, it's fun to compare. Oh, I wonder which category the shadow is rated higher in compared to the normal version. That's usually in like maybe in the lead category where the shadow has shields to work with, or in the charger category when the shadow has a bunch of energy, it's going to be really dangerous with it.
Since the development of shadows being what they are now, being more usable, more common, and having the boost to their damage, what has been your experience when looking at the numbers in terms of trying to correlate IVs and the shadows? Are there usually some combination of IVs where the performance is very similar? Like you could come up with a very defense weighted shadow and a very attack weighted non-shadow, and they would be similar, or are there other dynamics that make it not as straightforward as that?
Ooh. As an example, like a attack weighted Gengar could be almost comparable to a high rank Haunter with how their base stats play out. But with the Shadow Boost is really interesting because it kind of circumvents the CP limit in the CP formula. So you have, your 1500 CP cap, and with how the CP formula works, your attack stat contributes a lot more to your CP than your other stats. Now, if after your CP has been calculated, you have this boost that makes you do 20% more damage and take 20% more damage. The ratio of your stats is going to be, it's not possible with the, it basically breaks the CP limit because you have an attack and defense values that aren't possible together if you're just using the building blocks of IVs and CP. So a high defense shadow will still perform relatively differently than a regular non-shadow.
If you were to hazard a guess as to what the more prevalent version of Golbat that we would see in Halloween Cup would, I guess it's probably going to be regular Golbat just because it's cheaper and more people are going to have it. Which one do you guys think will be ideal?
Good question. Let's take a quick look at that.
So if obviously in any given line or in any given Sylph meta, you can only run one or the other. At least that's always been the case. We haven't had any situation where you could choose to run both. So if you were to try to design a matrix that had both of them in it, including kind of like higher attack and lower attack versions, what would you compare them directly, or would you just compare only the regular Golbats and then only the shadows and then kind of mix them together? Because it feels like you almost have to make an assumption as to which one you're going to see more of to deem what you're going to be looking at.
Yeah, I would put all of them in the same matrix and just see if there's one in particular that grabs the most matchups or wins a key area. Like Azumarill. The Azumarill matchup is going to be one really important one that you're going to want to optimize for. And I think that's one where Shadow Golbat is going to have an advantage for sure.
All right. And I know that many people have done this. I know when I first started streaming, like people looked at these matrix things, and I think maybe even YTX had to show me how to do this at one point. I was doing just multi-battles and kind of comparing them very slowly. But if you've not done this, if you go on PvPoke and you go to battle and you just go to the drop-down box and choose Matrix Battle, then on the left you can add up to 100 Pokemon, And on the right, you can also do the same. Typically, what you will want to do is choose one of the custom groups that they've already got there. In this case, Halloween Cup Meta. And you just kind of start populating them. And the first thing I will do is I'll just put one in. By default, they put in the max stat product one at level 40. In this case, it makes no difference whether you have level 40 or 41 checked. The next thing I will do is I will put one in that is a...
Oh, wait, hold on. On the stream, I think you need to put yours in front of Saidypoo's art.
Oh,
or
okay.
change
Yeah.
the...
Sorry, I should have like a hotkey for that. Thank you, Max. So the next thing I will do is I will do one that is max attack weighted with the same parameters. And then this gets to be a little bit of kind of wizardry, if you will. It's like I've kind of tried to ask people how they do this behind the scenes. I know YTX pulls the information from, I think, the old King spreadsheet that was kicking around a long time ago with the different stat combinations, and basically to make sure you stay under that level cap. If you want to quickly import things, you can hit this import export button, and you could do some copying and pasting and do some spreadsheet magic. There's not any way that you quickly add like a distribution of IVs yourself, is there, Matt?
You can. Fairly recently, I changed it so that when you plug in IVs, it'll automatically adjust to the CP cap.
Right.
When I do it, I just kind of guess. So like,
Right.
if I'm trying to compare a rank 1 Golbat versus a maybe slightly attack weighted Golbat, I'll do 0, 15, 15 or whatever it is, and then like, all right, a moderately attack weighted Golbat might be like 6, 12, 12. Or if you want to go higher, it could be like 12, 8, 8, and then mess around until you get something kind of close to 1500 CP.
Right. So I'll just, the first few, I will just go from 0, 15, 15 to some that have some attack but still have the 15s. Then I'll put some that are... am I correct that the people who really were running the numbers in was it Toxic Cup, that the preference was to have low defense, high attack weighting? That was the final formula that they came up with.
I'm trying to remember.
I think so. That's what I remember, at least. Because you want that the high attack was favorable for the like we said, the Bibarel matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think people were saying they preferred the higher attack over the defensive weighting for Rose in particular, or for Toxic in particular. But did you say Rose or Toxic?
I think I said Toxic, but
yeah,
in
Toxic.
general, I'm just kind of...
And I don't know. I think for, in terms of, I did a Matrix battle with all the Golbats, and the one that stood out to me a lot was the Shadow, the rank 1 Shadow versus a non-rank 1 Azumarill. And against so if you have a rank 1 Shadow versus a rank 1 Azumarill, it wins very demandingly in the 2 shield. But if it's not a rank 1 Azumarill and it's a rank 1 Shadow Golbat, then the matchup changes a little bit. So it's just interesting to see how, because the rank 1 has a bit more or a bit less attack, that matchup changes a little bit, and the non-rank 1 has a little bit more attack, so it's able to do a little bit more against the Golbat. It's interesting.
One of the other things that I wanted to mention was the attack CMP. Do you have obviously when you're going through the matrix simulations, you'll see when the attack weighted ones win, but just given the base stats, does somebody have the base stats of Golbat at the handy so that we can what would be the range of the different stats that it could possibly get, and what sort of prevalent mons kind of fall in the same range of attack stat that we might run into, especially in Halloween Cup?
Yeah, I can toss that out quick. So the attack stack in particular is going to range from 115.5 for minimum attack, or that would be the rank 1, or up to 126.6, which would be like 1500, which you probably wouldn't be running, but so 115 to 126. And worth noting that the shadow boost does not affect charge move ties.
Right.
So let's take a peek at what Pokemon are going to be in that range too.
So the other flyers of the cup are like Driftblim, Honchkrow, Vespiquen, Crobat, and then like from there down it gets a little bit more spicy. But I think it's interesting because Golbat has more bulk than Honchkrow and Driftblim, which are the runners-up to Golbat in terms of paper rating on Sylph or on PB Poke. So I think just because it has that higher defense, it can definitely take on things like Azumarill. Drifblim beats Azumarill, but it's I don't know. I feel like having the Golbat for other matchups is also important as well with the higher defense. So back to you, Matt. Sorry, I interjected.
Back to you,
you're
man.
good. You're good. Yeah, those are great points. Some Pokemon I'm finding that are in similar ranges. Alolan Muck is in a pretty similar stat range. Skuntank kind of falls in the same range too. And we probably want to be looking at Pokemon that also have 2-turn charge moves or 2-turn fast moves.
Right.
Because they'll be tying more often, as opposed to like Alolan Muck probably isn't as significant, because if you're on a 2-turn fast move versus Snarl, which is a 3-turn fast move, you're going to be off sync quite a bit and not tying as much.
So I guess Alolan Muck, or I guess we could say Alolan Muck with a Poison Jab variant then?
Yeah, Poison Jab Alolan Muck would be in that category for sure.
And then something that Saidypoo was bringing up was Hypno is a key win, but I don't know if there's a way for you to look it up with your system, Matt, but if we were to disregard that, because I think that's one of those we could do a complete poke and pull on Hypno versus anything because of its diverse moveset. Since that's like a really close key win, is there any other, like the 5th key win that it could possibly have, or like the 6th key win that we could put up that is
Oh sure, yeah, let's look. When I'm doing my graphics for like the like starter pack stuff, I imagine that win versus Hypno is like a Poison Fang bait plus Shadow Ball.
Which is
Right.
exactly why I don't want to include it as a key
So,
win.
because
So,
it's
yeah,
like, all right,
I would
your rank 1 Golbat wins with like 10 HP, which is exactly like 1 confusion off,
right. So I tried to find matchups that are like really safe, where just use Poison Fang, just use Shadow Ball, and you win. So let's see.
And then we'll get back to Alolan Muck versus Golbat comparison, I guess. Before I Let me put that in our little chat before I completely derail this.
Okay, so some options, like Toxicroak would be a good option. Really, any of the grass types, Venusaur, Meganium, Shiftry. Charm, Wigglytuff or Clefable. And then let's see how solid this Deoxys matchup is. If we just do Shadow Ball.
Scolipede has similar stats as well, just a little bit higher attack and less HP, and it has it has Poison Jab as 2-turn fast move as well. So that'll probably get CMP, of course, but yeah, interesting. I think that out of all the flyers, I think that's definitely the most versatile for Halloween Cup for sure. Because you could throw a Golbat in like a lot of matchups and it'll just find a way to work out of them.
Could we put a key win as Obstagoon? Because I feel like you can't really land a Shadow Ball against that, and you can't really have them land a Gunk Shot because I think that's their only way out. It's like, could we put Obstagoon as a key win?
Potentially.
Do you consider Obstagoon relevant enough?
I think so, as just an open Great League. I think so, because do you see it as a pseudo fighter?
What about Scrafty might be kind of iffy.
Yeah.
Depending on like
key
foul plays and pups.
When I'm looking, I guess I'm looking at Snarl alone, Muck, because that's what's put in as the meta. I only see one of the many variants that I put in just narrowly beating it out. So that one looks like it will be close either way, but you may not want to build your Golbat around it. I think that just the fact that it's cheap, though, I think it does merit the idea that you might have a couple of these made, as opposed to other things where it's kind of silly to build other ones.
What do you think, Steven? Like, what's one like key win or a key loss that you might want to add into this that seems relevant?
You're putting me on the spot here.
Personally, I liked Toxicroak as a replacement.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Toxicroak's within Great League its diversity and relevance, both within Open Great League and in a number of Sylph metas, I think puts it as a definitely something to point out as a favorable matchup.
So when I look at the Halloween Cup meta that you've put into PV Poke, I see that you've included Drifblim, Matt, and when you look at the rankings, I believe, does it fall? I thought it was low. Oh, no, it's 28. I guess it's not that low. It's 28. Now, what role do we expect Drifblim to play? Because when I'm looking at these sims, I am seeing a very big swing on Drifblim, where we have on the low side a 209 rating and on the high side an 821 rating for a I believe that's going to be an attack weighted shadow. So do we think Drifblim is going to play a prevalent role in Halloween, or do we think that it's going to be less common?
I would say probably not. I think the big meta players are going to be, Azumarill and Azumarill counters. And Drifblim doesn't really fit in either category. Obviously not being Azumarill. It does cover Azumarill counters fairly well.
It does seem
Depending
like it's
on-
probably a question of CMP wins and who lands the Shadow Ball. Or I guess in
Yeah.
Drifblim's case, the Icy Wind is probably the preferred move. So I guess if you are doing it for Halloween Cup, you may want to consider that Drifblim matchup because it's very, very polarized. At a minimum, you should know how your Golbat will do against Drifblim and where it falls on that CMP scale, so that you know how to proceed once you figure out whether you win CMP or not on the first try.
Right, and that's an important one too. If you want your moves to land before Icy Wind hits, so yeah, that could be important. I will say on the for Alolan Marowak as a key win, it's bait dependent on either side, depending on who gets the Poison Fang bait and who gets the Bone Club bait. If both go straight Shadow Ball, then it is a win for Golbat. But it's a little dicey depending on what happens.
That's fair. We already have Shiftry and Shadow Victory Bell, so I feel like people probably get it. It beats the grasses.
Beats grass,
Is there something else we would rather have than Alolan Marowak?
Would like Wigglytuff be worth adding?
Yeah, one of the Charmers for sure. Yeah.
Or Clefable even.
Yeah, either or.
When you're looking at the mirror matchups between the regular and the shadows, how in the abstract would you say that plays out in terms of something like this with the CMP mechanics? You've got the shadow that's got that kind of hidden attack stat bonus that's not implicated in CMP, and you've got the regular Golbat that obviously does not have that. It seems like the regular Golbat is typically going to fare better in the mirror. Does that seem right?
I would say for the most part, on the whole, mirrors between shadow and non-shadow are generally a tie, which kind of surprised me when I was first looking at it. But it works out that taking 20% more damage and dealing 20% more damage results in kind of the same damages going in and out on both sides.
So does it depends, I guess it depends on the dynamic of whether you are dealing the killing blow with a fast move or a charge move, right?
Right, yeah. The matchups will be faster than non-shadow mirrors. So it'll depend on the type of whether it's a charge move based fight or a fast move based fight. For Golbat, it'll be a charge move based fight with Shadow Ball.
I'm looking at the Halloween meta, and it lists Shadow Mawile as number 4, which seems like it's going to be a very uncommon at first kind of pick because it's expensive to build. But certainly some people have built them. It was obviously popularized by PokeAK, so I think that there'll be more of them than we might initially think. I do note that if you have, there's only one of the Golbats that's in the matrix that I'm looking at, that a perfect IV Golbat that actually beats that Shadow Mawile. The rest of them lose fairly handily. So let's see what dynamic is going on there. Shadow Mawile. Let's turn it to a regular Mawile to see the attack stat. Okay, so it's definitely not.
So another thing that you kind of hinted on that I guess we'll kind of like punctuate here, Matt, is that you said that with a lot of these things are bait dependent, which means that if you have a Golbat with energy, it's pretty dangerous. So on your PV poke, you have here the different like categories or the different roles. So leads, closers, switches, chargers, attackers, consistency, and it's rated well as a lead and or charger, which makes sense because if it's in the lead with a favorable matchup, which means that you essentially win the lead, then it's something that you can really capitalize on when they're trying to get that Pokemon out, and you can get maybe 2 or 3 wing attacks off. Makes it where some of these Pokemon where it's maybe like closer to the 500 mark win or loss battling rate, it flips a lot of those, or even against like the Mawile perhaps, because it has enough to get to a Shadow Ball and to bait with enough HP to get to maybe a second Shadow Ball or something. So I guess one thing that we could add onto the graphic, if everyone agrees, is it's great in the lead with an energy advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm looking at this, and the actual sim without baits on in the one shield against Shadow Mawile, it gets to that second Shadow Ball and deals the killing blow.
Ooh.
But
Looks like there's some, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the significant difference is between that and some of the other ones. So I
It
would
looks
say,
like
go ahead.
there's both a wing attack break point and maybe a Fire Fang bulk point, perhaps.
Right. Okay, so minimum defense for the bulk point says 109, which it hits very easily. The wing attack breakpoint 126, which it's not even close to. The one under that is way lower, so it doesn't look like it's a matter of breakpoint. It looks like it's more the bulk point, but it seems like there should be more. Maybe my matrix just isn't refined enough, but it seems in general a very good stat product Golbat is going to be necessary to beat Shadow Mawile to the extent that proves prevalent. What does anyone, whether it is Max, Mr. Spice, or anyone else, want to make the case for Bite Golbat? Because I know in the past people love to kind of sub in the Bite just out of the blue, especially in more like Sylph metas where they're trying to bait out an opponent. Where would Bite actually benefit you, do you think, in the either the Halloween Cup meta or in another meta?
If you look at just the dark move in general, it's good against ghosts and it's good against psychics, and that's it. It's not good against anything else, so it's very narrow. So it means that you probably beat the Defenseoxys harder. It makes it kind of, you win harder against some of these matchups like Alola Marowak, Hypno, and Deoxys. Which means that you could probably like fast move them down and then like poison fang them and then continue to fast move them. Maybe you'll get a free shield out of that, but it does mean that you lose against a lot of these grass types because you don't have the wing attack plus poison like stack up where they have to shield. So if there's this really obscure meta perhaps, but in Halloween Cup in general, I think it's best to not delve into Bite Golbat. I mean, if you look at the move, it's only utilized about 30% of the time, and I'm being generous. So it's one of those things where it's not meant for Halloween Cup. It's not meant for maybe a Sylph Cup unless it's really built around those psychics and really built around those ghosts specifically. But it would be a really fun thing to do in Go Battle League, I would say, or any kind of like open like draft league thing that you saw in Worlds. I would definitely use it as something like that because it will throw people off, and something that they might think is pretty safe turns into a not so safe situation. Trying to think of something that might be good, like see, a dark type, or a dark type move against maybe a ghost. So like maybe it helps against that Frostlass that you might run into. It might help against something like I said, that a Loto Marowak. It makes it a lot more intense matchup. And then Psychic. Might even be something like it flips a Gallade matchup, perhaps, because isn't Gallade like Psychic and fighting?
Fighting, yeah.
Or maybe even the Metachan matchup. It might become that like annoying Zubat in the cave type of situation where they're like, oh my god, this thing is chunking me down and I can't do anything about it. Like if I have all the shields, but I can't stop the fast move damage. So I would say something more along those lines. But in Halloween Cup, it's really safe to stick with Wing Attack.
Matt, I know that your infographics for the General Great League and Premier League and such usually include different things where you've got some sample lines, and I'm not sure where you pull those from, whether it's just your own thought process or whether it's what you're seeing people simulate. What would you say would be good line pairings or trios, I guess, with Golbat in Halloween Cup?
Yeah, let's look. I'm going to take a poke in the team builder. Generally, when I'm putting those graphics together, I'm kind of poking around like teams people are running in training battles, maybe some teams I've seen on streams, which haven't happened yet for
Right.
for Halloween Cup.
And then I guess while we're diving into that, if Scientist E and Steven want to message Saidypoo on Discord on potential move additions or move boosts or debuff type of things that Golbat has that we could kind of throw onto the graphic, like if it gets Gust or stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess
sure.
the other thing is that I think that we can probably safely write off Ominous Wind for the moment as being something that's unfortunately been a casualty of the shall we say the Giratina situation where where they had to buff the move just to control the Giratinas. But formerly, I know that some folks, Taco and other people, really loved running their Ominous Wind Golbats, but I think that we're probably not going to see much of that either. But yeah, you're going into Team Builder.
Yeah, so looking at Golbat's potential threats, Galvantula, that's a big one. It loses to Azumarill head-to-head. You can flip that with energy. Frostlass, and then you're going to have some dark types. I doubt we'll see Tyranitar at all. Umbreon for sure. Silas maybe. It's really recommending Charm as a pair. I think what you might want to do. Let me think about this for a moment. I'm thinking about how good Golbat might be as a switch. Because if it does look good, it's all right. You could sandwich it between a perhaps stronger team core. Let's see. So if you pair it with Charm, let's say, that'll be vulnerable to Frostlass. Oh, it does pair well with Galvantula. That sounds fun. Let's do Galvantula Golbat. What beats both? Other Galvantula, Trash Wormadam. Alolan Muck.
Now, obviously, we're looking at Golbat right now, but when I know that when Galvantula was originally prevalent or released, and when it got lunge, specifically, I remember at the beginning you said that there were situations where you would want it to be attack weighted to win certain matchups. I think that included Azumarill. What do you think the most prevalent Galvantula would be, or which one would you run with Golbat? Would you run an attack weighted one to make sure that you nail down the Azumarill matchup, or do you think that that's not necessary?
I think we'll probably see mostly just high rank Golbat. If people do want to lock down the Azumarill matchup, they'll probably go for the Shadow, I imagine.
I meant but doesn't the Galvantula have different matchups with Azumarill?
I'm sorry.
I was saying, just because you kind of got this interplay of two things that are fairly IV dependent on some key matchups.
Galvantula and Azumarill should be pretty solidly in favor of Galvantula.
You tweet so much, otherwise I would go back and look.
I'm trying to remember
find what that was.
See.
I know. I remember that being a thing.
It might have. Let's see. Honestly, probably the most important stat for Galvantula will be the mirror. So I can see some attack there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So more of a run of the mill Galvantula with a Shadow Golbat with good stat product is maybe where you would start.
Maybe I would probably consider running regular Golbat with Galvantula with just how squishy Galvantula is. So you don't lose your shields too quickly. And a good third, Mawile is looking like a good third, potentially, because it chomps up Galvantula, Wormadam. I think it's got a pretty decent. Yeah, it has a good matchup against Alolan Muck because it resists all the charge moves. But.
And would you? What? Obviously, Shadow Mawile is higher on the list. Do you have? Do you think they're fairly comparable, or do you think that you really want one or the other?
I feel like Mawile needs to be basically level 40. I want to say, let's look at key matchups.
A Golbat, Galvantula, Mawile line gets a bulk rating of D, but
oops.
But I guess that and I know we don't place all weight on the threat score. We got a 562.
I think like it's a balanced line. It'll probably be tough to play. I think you if we think about some of the bulkiest and maybe more user-friendly Pokemon in the cup, like Umbreon and Azumarill mostly. Let's say
I see YTX Pikachu in the chat, by the way. So hashtag Team Attack Golbat. He was definitely preaching Team Attack weighted Golbat before. I know YTX has run all the matrices just to ad nauseum, but what was this? I know you had a particular one that you thought was best. Can you give us those IVs and tell us why you settled on that one as being the best one, YTX, or the best range? Like what criteria it needs to meet so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel? Or it may have been specifically for that meta, though.
So he sent me
Low HP was what you wanted.
yeah, he sent me basically a breakdown of all the breakpoints.
Mm-hmm.
The one I think that's at the top of the list is the matchup between, let's see, is it Cresselia? Yeah, Cresselia and Golbat. Where it's a 15-5-0 gets that matchup. So yeah, that's all the input I have. He could talk more on that, but the 15, I don't personally like I probably should care about it, but I care more about like bulk points over break. But 15-5-0 seems to be the IV that beats out both Tropius and Cresselia in the Great League meta. So that's with 0 HP. So, yep.
I mean, you could do one of those, not a real best buddy, but like a pseudo best buddy things with that Mawile to make it a level 39.5, and then best buddy it to get that 40.5 level up, and make it I think that's how you make it the bulkiest Mawile possible with a 0-15-15. So like that might be something that we could look at versus against the Golbat and see if that changes anything.
Yeah, possibly. That matchup seems really tricky for both sides. If depending on when Mawile uses Power Up Punch, it looks like there could be some weird timing thing going on with that matchup, which is always a pain in the butt to unravel or even put in practice. But
that's interesting. Like to see, because I have one of those Wormadams trash that I powered up to level 39.5 because I was like, I can best buddy it to make it 40.5 or something like that, or something like to get that extra edge. So to see something like if Mawile can have something like that where it makes it tricky, or it kind of baffles people where they're like, wait, I should have won that. Why didn't I win that? And then they look at it like, oh, this is weird. Like he lives by 1 HP.
Interesting. So for Halloween Cup, you're thinking Golbat with Galv and Mawile, Matt?
yeah, I feel like, so if you that's like a basic coverage team, like a very rock paper scissors team, because Galvantula is going to beat Azumarill. Mawile will beat most of Azumarill's protectors, like Wormadam Trash, and then Golbat will kind of be in between. It'll beat a fair number of Azumarill counters, like Beedrill and Venusaur. If you want to go a safer route, like pair Golbat with Azumarill, you have some Galvantula problems. If you pair Golbat with Umbreon, you have some Azumarill and Galvantula problems. You could try like a double poison arrangement, maybe.
That lunge to Galvantula was just kind of like, it was already good. Why did you have to make it like uber tier?
Uh-oh. YTX is joining us now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Definitely cannot complain about that. Welcome in, YTX. I think what it is that like all this data gets thrown around, and YTX just wants to make sure
Yeah,
that
he wants to correct us.
his own data is not bastardized, or that he presents the truth rather than the jiggly half truth. Welcome in, YTX.
Let me check my setting.
Okay. The other thing that I don't think we've given any lip service to is return. I know that in that Toxic or Rose, I think I tried to run return, and at the time I think that the justification was that it would stop you from being so hard-walled by certain things like your barrels or other things that were going to resist ghost damage. But you of course you get the exact opposite dynamic where you're hard-walled by other things. So are there any targets in Halloween or in the Great League meta that you think are so prevalent that you would want to just give it a glance at a return Golbat over a Shadow Ball? Or is Jiggly just nuts? You're allowed to say that on the stream. You really are.
I would say really the matchups you'd want that for are dark types like Umbreon or Alolan Muck or Skuntank. However, the utility of Shadow Ball is just so good that I feel like it's a bit tough to give up.
If only we had the old return.
When I was playing Toxic, my Golbat's actually Purify, just for the bluff, but it wasn't actually returned though.
Right. Yeah, I think that's also something that's always worth noting, is that not only are purified ones slightly cheaper to build with the 8K added move and was it 20% less dust, something like that, to power up, and then you have at least the ability, whether it was like your Dragonair or Golbat, just to give the possibility to your opponent to think that it could be there. Obviously, your mileage may vary on that, how much somebody's even thinking about that as an option. But obviously, if you run a regular Golbat, you will not be able to bluff that on any level. Got Sadie with the... I like how Sadie has got the very family friendliest vibe going on with the drawings today. The kind of Jiggly Dead level of content to go on top of the Golbat that is far more ominous. Definitely nice
Toxicity is at an all-time low.
Yeah, I don't think that Golbat in the upper left could possibly exhale that cloud of gas, smoke, whatever that the other one was. It knows some sort of other move, is some sort of move involving cuteness, charm or something.
Charm Golbat. That's what we were missing this whole time.
Oh, welcome. I didn't see. Probably when I stepped out. Shagness with the raid. Thank you for the raid, Shagness. Always a pleasure to have you here, Shagness. One of my favorite people. Just so unbelievably pleasant and, of course, good at the game. But she approaches it in a way I appreciate. So if you, for whatever reason, are not following Shagness, which I don't think probably applies to many of you here, then definitely do that. So we already touched on the attack stat, which we said goes from 115 to 126 range. Do the other base stats in your mind when you're just, I guess we should probably put those ranges maybe on the graphic as well, just to give kind of a visual representation of them. What would be the max and min on defense and HP?
Yeah, let's look here.
Oh, Sadie.
Min and max on defense would be 105 to 120. I don't know if we want to get into the weeds with decimal points.
I mean, if you have them at the ready, I don't see much point in leaving them off. But if it involves working a lot harder to figure them out, I don't think it's worth it.
I can do 1 decimal point.
How many decimal points of pi?
Well, it goes on forever.
Yeah,
So
I know.
105.1 to 120.7 for defense. And then no decimal points for HP. 126 to 144.
On attack, we had 115 to 126. Were there any decimals on those just to keep it consistent?
Yeah, 115.5 to 126.6.
Now, do you know from your experimentation, whether playing the game or in the site, how precise Niantic's calculations are? Are they completely precise on those? They obviously use whole numbers for damage, for fast moves and such, but do they use those full decimals for CMP attack priority?
Yes, yeah. The full decimals are used for CMP, determining charge move ties.
All right, so some sort of
And
floating point calculator.
Also for damage calculations, in particular for like breakpoints and bulk points.
All right, I just tagged you in the chat, Sadie, with those numbers if you did not get them already. I know that that when we were doing kind of the show meeting at some point, there was some discussion of throwing in some kind of back of the baseball card kind of interesting facts about Golbat. Was it you, Steven, that had some, or was it scientists, something about its role in the main series games? But what have we got in terms of things that we can say about Golbat that would just be kind of interesting to share? Crickets.
Other than that it was annoying and that people used max repel on it.
Yeah. I
What-
mean,
There was that
Yeah.
thing that scientists said about the entry level and the whirlwind.
yeah. I like that's for Crobat, but I think most like its use in the main series was like mainly people using escape ropes to get out of caves because they didn't want to deal with Zubat, Golbat, whatever, right? Like there are very few people that actually like took Golbat and Crobat seriously, and yeah, I think it's definitely one of those Pokemon that you use to get past a certain gym and then you trash it right after that. But yeah, I feel like
Are there any trainers in the anime or the games that are associated with Golbat?
Koga, right?
Koga?
Or
Yeah.
Koga and
And his
whoever
daughter had
his
Crobat.
daughter. Yeah.
Well, like one thing that I think was like you kind of hinted on is that Golbat in the main series, which basically was only Gen 1, the blue, red, yellow, was that it was a gimmick, which you'll kind of see with some poison and bug types. They kind of have this really niche role where it's all status based, and it tries to like it capitalizes on the things that it's obviously good against, like the fighters and the grass types, because fairies didn't exist at the very beginning. So it was like really good against these fighters, and it was really good against these grass types like Venusaur as a starter. So it would like if I'm gonna win that anyways, then that's fine. So it would use like Mega Drain to replenish some health when it was setting up with things like Screech and Confuse Ray. And then back then Hyper Beam was broken, so if you set it up where you could confuse your Pokemon, um, lower its defense sharply with Screech, and then you would Giga Drain if you happened to get a move that didn't KO on you. Then you could set up to Hyper Beam and then rinse and repeat against some Pokemon. So it was like this really like status and like setup based Pokemon. It wasn't something like you would say maybe Tauros, which was really straightforward. You would just go in, you would just Earthquake, probably get a crit because the mechanics were broken back then. So you just crit, knockout, or like double Earthquake or something, and just like win on brute force. Where Golbat was more something where it needed to really set up and get things going for you. So it was a big, there's a lot of play to it, I should say. That's a fun fact.
So YTX, Mr. IVs don't matter except on Golbats. What would you say about Golbat when you're building a Golbat if you can't come up with this amazing one that you came up with, the 0 HP one, I believe? What breakpoints would you really want it to hit before you considered it worth building?
Well, when I made my Golbat during Toxic, I wanted to win the mirror. So mine was attack weighted to hit the breakpoint, while it has enough bulk point to hit the Golbat for any other high attack or regular attack Golbats. Because most of the time when I sim, I noticed that Golbat only faint with charger moves instead of fast moves. So I didn't really care about the HP IVs. I mean, obviously I couldn't pinpoint the exact IV that I wanted, but I just found something very similar to that case. Because most things don't farm Golbat without getting fainted by a Shadow Ball, so they have to throw a charge move for it.
Right. So you would go for the high attack, high defense, and not worry about HP, and just get as much of that as you can. And there wasn't a particular matchup that you thought was key there.
Yeah, because most of the time when I sim, I notice that I don't lose by a couple HP. It's just either by a charge move. So I didn't care about HP at all.
Do you use much Golbat in any circumstance outside of closed self metas, or is it's not really one that you give a lot of thought to?
No, you can't use it in Open Great League because it still uses a Zoomer, even though you have the type advantage.
Yeah.
So there's no point. And the Zoomer's in Great League.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything for the folks in chat? Is there anything, if you were looking for an infographic for building a PvP mon, anything you would want to be featured prominently on that other than the things that we have already discussed? Is there something that you would look for, or anybody who's on the stream as well, that we have not put on there? I think, let me go back to our notes. For what?
I think something that's useful is maybe Pokemon with a similar attack range.
Right.
So like Alolan Muck, it's very similar in attack range. So you may or may not win CMP in that case.
Right. So
right, and I'm pulling Dynamite. Matt was saying that we were gonna make that comparison with Poison Jab because it would be a two turn move. It's like if you could kind of like draw some parallels there on Alolan Muck Poison Jab variant, which is basically the Azu killer. Because if you go with Snarl and Sludge Wave, or is this? Yeah, I think it's Sludge Wave. Sludge Wave Alolan Muck actually can't, outright beat an Azumarill. It takes some situational things, or if you're bold enough to run the Gunk Shot like I am, then sure, the Snarl variant can win. But if you run the Poison Jab variant, have Dark Pulse as the coverage move with Stab, and then something like Sludge Wave or Acid Spray, then you could beat it. So like, what are some parallels that you think you can draw from that?
I mean, since Wing Attack is a 2-turn move, I think Pokemon, let's see, that has an interval of 3 that may hit 4 charge, or hit a charge move in turn 4, because you want turn 12 equivalents. I can't really think of my top of my head. Maybe Driftloom with Hex and Icy Wind, right? That's within a similar range as well.
Right.
Um, yeah, I don't know what's in the top of my head right now. Because you want to compare something with turn, let's see, Shadow Ball, that's what? Shadow Ball is 8 turn 16? 16? No, that's only the even numbers. Poison Fang would be turn 10. Then no, I don't. It's very hard to get CMP, but leftover energy potentially, or energy advantage would throw things off.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
God
most-
forbid you run into the ominous wind variant, where it's one of those ominous. It's one of those moves where the fast move will alternate. So like 7 wing attacks equals 1 ominous wind, but then the
Yeah, it takes 6.
the sequential one is 6, and so it goes like 7 6 7 6, I think.
Yeah.
Right. And I think for the most part, focusing on Pokemon that have the same duration fast move will be a good starting place.
I mean, but that's kind of hard though, because like once the player use a charge move, right? It shifts shifted by 1 turn, as well.
Yeah, that's true. There's also situations where if you
Well, like
you
a
know,
player
bank-
switch on turn 1, right? When you see a bad lead, player switch on turn 1. It may like force turn 13 and turn 12 charge moves kind of be like similar in somewhat.
Or if you store
Right.
up way too much energy like Jiggly does on the regular, then you have no idea when CMP is going to come into play.
for the purpose of the graphic,
Yeah,
I
for the
think
graphic.
it's probably just good to highlight specific Pokemon rather than get too deep into
Right.
move sets and timing. Because there could also be scenarios where you switch out a Golbat with energy banked, and you want to know if you're going to win a charge move tie against whatever is on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out one of the other things I'm seeing in the Halloween Cup matrix is that only a very high stat product regular Golbat will beat Quillfish, whereas all the other ones lose. Does not seem to be a direct breakpoint, bulk point kind of thing. Any ideas what the differentiator is there, or maybe it's...
Yeah, let's see. With maybe it's an HP thing, which could be possible with like water gun.
The more we dig into this, I think I'm gonna elite TM one of my Golbats to have ominous wind.
Come on,
Why?
Max, don't do it. Don't do it.
I mean, I have 2 of each, 2 fast move elite TMs and 2 charge move TMs. So like, I might burn 1 elite fast TM to get Shadow Claw onto my Mew, but like it has Snarl right now, so I'm like, I want to at least try out Snarl first to see. And then after that, maybe I'll use an elite charge TM on one of these Golbats and be like, oh great, like I just ominous win. They threw up a shield for some reason. Now this Venusaur is gonna get like super like farmed down or something. I don't know. Or with all these Shadow Machamps that you see.
No, you're not supposed to take no boof related strategies. Boof related strategies are evil.
Yeah, for Golbat and Quillfish, right when you get the Shadow Ball, you're at 45 HP, and you've got an Aqua Tail coming at you that does exactly 45 damage. So if you have a little bit more bulk, you can survive that with like a couple HP and fire off the Shadow Ball.
1 HP in a dream.
1 HP in a dream.
All right, yeah. So it looks like the top Golbat has 3 HP when it throws that Shadow Ball. So in theory, is it a direct correlation? Each IV point just relates to 1 actual IV or 1 HP on the Mon, right?
Not necessarily.
Or I'm sorry.
The IVs are multiplied by the CP multiplier, which is typically less than 1. So 1 point of IV might result in no change in HP, which is where you get your like functionally perfect Pokemon from. Where if like a 15, 15, 14 Rayquaza still has the same amount of HP as a Hundo. So not necessarily 1 point per.
No,
IV.
that was. I'm trying to figure out where that line is. Is there a mathematical way or I'm surely there's a mathematical way, but is there a way on PV Poke to actually figure out where those lines are in terms of what it takes to lose an HP?
Not currently. That's a good question though.
Trying to figure out if there's any one attack Golbats that will actually reach it.
I think Golbat is just kind of doomed by its lack of diverse moves in the main series, therefore making it either really niche or just really bad in Pokemon Go. Like Supersonic, I don't know how they would like enter that, but it might just end up being like a really bad normal attack. Same thing with Screech. We have Astonish, and that's poop. So unless they make Astonish good, which I don't see why. Mean Look doesn't mean anything. Leech Life. Yeah, it's just and what Steven was saying before. Let me see. Let me get the exact quotes on what he said. He was saying that if it got, like we talked about Gust, but if it got Absorb or Giga Drain, which I think Absorb could be a decent fast bug move, right? If I'm correct on the typing, which I don't know if I am.
I believe it's Grass.
Grass. Okay, so if it gets a good, which you might be, it might be relevant against the Water Ice Pokemon that you'll see a lot of the time. So like maybe if it's a good enough fast move, then you could get some nice decent coverage there. Giga Drain seems like it sounds like a charge move that could be relevant. So if you give it Giga Drain, then maybe if it's because what Grass Knot and Power Whipper now clones. No, yeah, that's how that works. And then Energy Ball is just strictly better. So if you gave it, basically a Grass Knot with Giga Drain, like maybe that helps too in some matchups. And then one that I was talking about was Quick Guard, which is a pure status move in the main series. It's supposed to increase priority moves or something like that. But if Niantic does the Niantic thing and makes it a hard-hitting like fast move or charge move, then like voila, Golbat and Crobat could have some move that could help against the steel types that would, or the rock types that would otherwise wall it. So other than that, like I think Crobat is just kind of doomed outside of this little slice of the meta.
From what I can see after running the numbers, it would appear that 139 stamina is the magic number for you to prevail. Let's see, I think. Because 139 stamina, we see Shadow Ball gets off with 1 HP remaining. And just by definition, I think that would mean at 138 you don't, but just by running the sim, that's what it shows. So 139 stamina, that's possibly worth putting on the graphic, but not really. I mean, Quillfish is kind of marginal. Maybe that could be like a little side note. maybe a little footnote. 139 HP wins Quillfish one shot.
Ooh, maybe Haze, because it does learn Haze. Maybe Haze can be a charm For ice.
Ugh. No more fast hitting hard chart or the fast attacks. Or there should I'm thinking on a general Pokemon note, I would love to see somehow the idea that none of the shadows could learn Razor Leaf, Charm, that kind of stuff. Like they can only learn like the other moves that do less than a certain amount of damage per turn.
There's some unused, well, there's a multiplier just waiting to be tweaked.
Oh, that purified
For
thing?
yeah.
Yes, that would be amazing. I would welcome that. I would welcome that truly. Just, I mean, the only thing I fear then is what happens. Like, does the meta literally become people running like one shadow, one regular, and one purified, like in some sort of weird matrix to like counter each other as well? That would seem like a pretty odd dynamic. But
Yeah, when like pre-release data mine stuff, the whole system just sounded awful to me. But like the end game of that scenario is basically to just run purified versions of everything.
yeah. Which I
'cause
suppose isn't the worst thing if they're actually trying to convince you that you should want. There's a benefit to purifying them, but I guess if it makes you create a completely redundant mon that you've already got, that would
Right.
be pretty bad.
I'd have to build my third Gardevoir.
Or just purify the one you've got. Well, no, maybe you can't do that. It would go too high.
No, yeah, it'd go too high. I'd have to just, and then even then, you'd have to trade it to get it low enough to get into Great League. Like,
Yeah, that's
oh,
a
man.
huge problem. The moment that purified Pokemon have some kind of in combat incentive, the whole like multi-accounting scenario just gets blown open for PvP viability.
So I think it feels to me like it would be worth noting on the infographic just the things within the Halloween Cup core meta that are very IV dependent or shadow dependent. I see a Azumarill on there, so the key loss is a Azumarill, but we should probably have a note that explains that that shadow tends to flip that, right?
Yeah, I would say so. At least with two shields for sure.
Because with baits off, one shield, I show straight close losses for regular Golbat and straight relatively convincing wins, 700 range for Golbat.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys were talking about the way that the matchup actually plays out. Are you saying that doesn't play out the way that that PV Poke would run it by default, even without baits on?
It should be straight Poison Fang.
Yeah, it should be. No, I mean, Poison Fang is the bait, so you just go straight for it every single time.
So in the 2 shield, it wins either way.
Yeah, it wins in the 2 shield pretty commandingly.
In the no shield, it loses either way. But in 1 shield, Shadow flips it pretty convincingly. So I'm not sure how to represent that, but that seems key. And we should probably have something that represents just that the attack weighting is going to be important for the mirror. Some sort of visual representation of that.
Well, you do need to have space for Sadie's obnoxious signature, so.
Obnoxious signature.
What on earth is that supposed to mean?
Artists are supposed to have a signature, you know, something that they're known for. I don't know why you'd say it's obnoxious.
Damn, he's listening.
I mean, there's a lot of things about Saidypoo that are obnoxious. His signature wasn't the first one that came to mind.
Being obnoxious is my signature move. It's true.
Is there anything?
Well,
when...
I think there might be, because Jiggly, because we're talking about like shadows versus non-shadows, that, and Matt Shadows in the chat about like, should we have a section or a completely separate graphic or something for the shadow items if they're, you know, worth mentioning? Because, you know, we're talking about the Shadow Golbat and how it functions and stuff. I don't know if there's anything like, because you're talking about a baseball card, if there's like this side with the regular one, and then like the other side of the baseball card would be the shadow. I'm not sure.
I mean, maybe it's worth mentioning that it's, I'm pretty sure, to my knowledge, it's the only poison flying in the entire game.
There's also Zubat and Crobat.
Well, besides the, okay, White, yeah. Like the whole family is the whole family is unique in that regard. Like,
There's also Shadow Golbat, Ethan. Did you
oh,
think about
okay,
that?
okay, oh yeah. I mean, this is what
Even
this is
Shadow
about,
Golbat.
right? Yeah, okay. Well, all right. I'm wrong. But it's literally the same thing. Yeah. I think it is the only poison flying type. And like most of the other poisons are grass, which is very interesting. Like subtyping grass as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of poison grass, poison bug.
Yeah, poison bug as well. So that's something that flying has a good time against.
Welcome in, Fish on a Heater. Good to have you here. Let's see. So I'm looking at a lot of the Halloween Cup stuff. What are you guys picking out as the more IV dependent matchups outside of Halloween Cup that are the ones, maybe like a checklist, if you will, of the ones to check to see if your own Golbat beats these things? I mean, in Halloween, I'm seeing Driftblim, Mirror, Haunter, a little bit on Obstagoon, but that one's not a big deal. Quillfish,
Sableye. Sableye potentially. Yeah. Marowak, but it already beats Marowak.
Vigoroth is
Vigoroth.
potentially one.
Mel says we're all drunk. Yeah, Matt Shadow says we should have a title for the graphic. That is probably true. We should probably have some sort of central thing. What is he typing? Saidypoo's art. I think we will, in the bottom corners, we will definitely drop the links to the Saidypoo.
Yeah, well, there's a against Vigoroth, there's a counter bulk point that takes it down from 3 damage to 2 damage, which is pretty big. That was a 33% reduction in damage.
That's interesting.
All right. I see we are going to we have taken up a lot of Kakuna's time here. Was there anything that you would like to say before you have to leave us, Matt? Anything in terms of things that we can do to use PvPoke better to kind of achieve the goals that we're looking at?
Well, I would just say thanks so much for having me on and letting me hang out, and I'm excited to see the final graphic.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I very much appreciate it. And you have a great night, sir.
Yeah, you too.
Matt.
See y'all.
Bye, man.
All right. Halloween Cup matchups, Great League matchups. Do we?
That's that bulk point's interesting against Vigoroth.
What do we think for titles? Are we? I mean, certainly we could just work poke and pull into it. Poke and pull, Golbat. I mean, is there anything? I guess it'd just be Golbat poke and pull, Golbat deep dive. I mean, deep dive is kind of generic. It's what most people would call it, I suppose.
No bat or go bat.
No bat or go bat.
What the hell are you talking
I don't know. I was
What
gonna
are
say
you
leave
talking-
the dad jokes to me. I can't even.
I'm
follow
a
that
dad
one.
too. Damn it. Well, do you go for the bat or do you just like we're trying to like you're the one that's saying like poke and pull, and I can't help but laugh and giggle every time. Okay.
Can we try poke and pull apart Golbat wings?
Going
yeah,
back
we
to
could do it with the
school.
wings.
I don't know, I'm making a pun about like pull apart chicken or something. I don't know.
I think the question we
I
should
mean-
ask ourselves is whether we want the title to be something that is going to be fairly standard from one to the next, or whether we want it to be clever each time. Do we want it? I think we probably want it to identify what it is pretty quickly in terms of somebody looking at it.
We want to make sure that we make it unique every time and difficult on ourselves at the last second to pull a title. So we can do wings and things about Golbat.
I'm going to suggest that we make the title itself very clear that it is maybe like poke and pull or Golbat poke and pull in some order, or deep dive, and then have a subtitle that might be the more clever thing that one of you guys come up with. That doesn't have to be as big, so that we can immediately have the people identify what they're looking at, but then they can look more closely and see all the clevers.
I mean, we could probably do a Spanish version of this and be like Golbat or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, there we go. I think what we need to do is we need to come up with options and put it up for a vote on stream, and
I like that.
they can choose the subtitle. I think we just go with
Well, yeah, poke and pull, sure.
Poke and pull Golbat edition. I don't know.
For the
do
longest
that.
time, I always called it Gold Bat, and I was like, why isn't it gold? And then I looked like, oh, there's no D in Golbat. Oh, well, look at me.
Wait, you forgot to draw a Zubat, Sadie.
the happy Golbat almost looks like it could be a Zubat, like a caricature of a
What the
Zubat.
hell is a Zubat?
You could
Knowing Sadie, he's just gonna copy and paste the Golbat and just erase the eyes and be like, here's a goddamn Zubat.
well, you could use it for a Great League, I guess, in lower CP metas. If we ever get that, which I don't think we'll ever get.
Can I have to ask you guys, if you do a plus Golbat or plus Zubat, whatever, in your game,
Oh, yeah.
how many do you actually come up with having?
no.
I currently have 18, so this will be helpful for me to pare things down. I definitely say.
No.
Are you looking
Okay.
at plus Golbat or plus Zubat?
Plus
You
Zubat,
get the same results, but
plus Golbat. Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
I only have 3. I have a purified Golbat that I have no return on. I TM'd it. I did like that budget option. I have probably like a good ranked one, and then I have my Crobat. All Great League.
I think I got all of you beat.
You're a
I have
collector.
22.
22 Golbat. Golbat.
A lot of these
evolution.
are Shadow. So
Yeah, I have a fair number of shadows as well. I think I would also like to highlight somewhere on the infographic the cost to build. I think what would you for a regular Golbat, the minimum cost to build would be 10,000 dust, right? That would just be straight up. You catch one somehow at level, and it's 10,000. So, and then for Shadow Golbat, what is the maximum level that you can catch a Shadow at? Does anyone know the answer to that?
25, I think.
Of a Shadow?
I think so.
Shadow doesn't change CP, does it?
Shadow doesn't change CP, but
Shadow-
when you have say you catch a Shadow and then you purify it, you end up at level 25. But prior to that, you're always significantly lower. But
like
I don't know
the max, the very max, like a hundo, or
if you catch a Shadowmon, what is the max
Yeah.
level you can catch it at? I'm trying to determine what the minimum cost of building a Shadow Golbat is, so that you can realistically tell someone you're going to spend at least this, probably more, because you have to
It'll be
spend
worth
more to power it up, and it's never going to be at level. Let me see. That's got to be information that we can find quickly.
yeah.
Well,
It's
I mean,
just-
it has to get to level 29, even if it's a Shadow.
Right.
That would be the thing to do.
So it's like level 8 or something.
Let me look at
level-
hold on. Let me just pull up a random Shadow. I just freaking mischievous. Okay, and let's see what does Pokegenie say. What level you little stupid useless thing are. Oh,
So according to Pokemon Go Hub, a max Shadow level is 10 if Weather Boost.
Right.
Oh, with the
Yeah.
weather boost.
So it's
yeah,
level
right.
1
Mhm.
to 10. So what is the cost then of
10.
powering up a
From 1 to...
from 10 to
Or 10 to
29?
Well, I mean, it skips levels when you purify, but Shadow.
Right. I'm saying if you
would be-
decide
I
you're
would
going to build a
say-
Shadow.
to add the move, how much is it for the
me
Shadow
see.
move? Is like 25,000.
It's 12.
12,000.
All right, so I would say 135,000 dust for a Shadow, and the only reason I say about that much, because I have this Mischievous that's a level 8. If you power it up to level 29, that's 125. So we can just say 135-ish. I mean, like the stats, the CPs do take into account, but I would say that might be a good one, unless somebody has a Shadow Zubat, Boys in the Woods. Like you could just literally
Look that up.
just like scan and check what it says.
What are we looking for?
The
Shadow
col-
Zubat. If you
Yeah.
go to like Calc IV or
Yeah,
Pokegenie,
137. Like
100
around 130,000 around there. 130 to 140.
And that's excluding. I'm reading chat. Why not look at how Shadow? Yeah, I did see. You're right, Mal. And I'm bad at reading chat, but I thought it was easily enough found as well. I appreciate you doing the legwork as well. So 137 plus the 12, or 137 including.
you
the
could say
12?
like a max of 10,000 on the cheap end, but for a Shadow it's 150-ish. Or like I think that's a comfortable.
Yeah, maybe so. Just some sort of visual representation where it's got kind of like, well, you can go the expensive route or you can go the budget route. Put the 10,000 on one side and the or I guess theoretically even you can't
All you say
really
is
get
nonsense,
8,000.
Mal. Mal just says nonsense all the time, always.
Well, this isn't like Sassafras's chat where he's got the redemption for Sing the Chat, so it's not quite as reasonable to do that. There's not really any instance where you could build a Zubat more cheaply than 10,000, because even if you got a purified one, unless you had a friend who was powering it up to a certain level and trading it to you, then you're still going to have to pay to power it up, even if you got that 8,000. Right? Am I digesting that properly? Processing it properly?
It's a level 25, and then if you have to power it up 8 times,
right,
to get to 8, I don't know how much that would cost, but like I said, you could look it up. Boy in the Woods could literally just scan one of the Zubats and just play with the power-up little feature on a Calc IV or Pokegenie, whatever his preference is, from level 25 as a Purified, which would be, what, 2XX, and then see what that would be from level 25 to level 29.
Who amongst us has Hundo Zubats? I would assume most people do.
I've got the Hundo Purified.
That's what
but
I
actually,
have.
it's not a Zubat; it's a Crobat. I am looking at a Purified Zubat of 14, 15, 15. You're wondering what it would take for it to get up to level 25?
No, from level 25
Right.
to level 29. How much would that be?
As Purified. So let's see, 1, 2, 3. Math. Hold on. So 4 levels. So I need eight power ups. So 1, 2,
Correct.
6, 7, 8. It is saying 30,600 Stardust.
30, so about like 40,000 dust. Well, yeah, about 40,000 dust because the move is cheap plus maybe a trade. So like anywhere between 40,000 dust for a budget, cheap, purified, whatever, or 150,000 for a shadow.
Oh man, is he making the Zubat shiny just for artistic sake? Good job. All right, how can we represent that? How can we represent the cost to build on the graphic, Sadie, between the 10,000 on the low end to?
You can draw that little crack bottle of dust and then just have the numbers next to it, 50k, 150k, but like show shadow, like the shadow background on the little dust vial for the 150k, because like that's the I don't think there's anyone that would get like a level 1, even if it was a rank 1, just a regular one, and would build it all the way through, that would read this graphic and be like, yep, because of this graphic, that's what I'm gonna do. Like they're out there hunting specifically for this thing, for like they're a Zubat like lover. That's their Pokemon. They're so hardcore about it.
They're not as hard. Am I incorrect? Did they make them not as difficult to catch? That's another thing that. Where can we draw that information from in terms of like? I mean, it's not super PvP relevant, but like the catch flea rate. Where do we draw that from?
I don't think the flea rate or catch rate got adjusted. I think it was its movement pattern on screen.
Right. Okay.
I think it was its distance got moved in slightly.
So it's not as obnoxious to throw the
It's
long
definitely
ones.
not as far as it was day one.
Yeah, but it is still as obnoxious because of the way that it moves around. Like when it moves up into the like top corners, it gets almost impossible to throw a Pokeball to hit it. So
who remembers the arrows on the side of the screen when the Pokemon go off the screen?
I still actually I got that the other day
Did
from
you?
some I don't remember what Pokemon it was. I think it was a research reward that its animation to move off to the side was so far that I got the arrows.
Nice.
Mantine was one recently.
That might have been
during
it.
this event.
Oh, just because its wings extend off the sides?
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe even Kyogre back when people cared about Kyogre. Now they don't care about it unless it's purple and not just the streamer.
All right. Is there anything with regard to Flying Cup? It falls a lot lower on the rankings in Flying Cup, but is it going to be super prevalent? Let's see. Golbat, 23 for Shadow, 28 for normal.
Probably not.
Here's
Yes.
Thank you, Tenrex, and thank you so much for the resub. Much appreciated.
Matt Shaw mentioned that you should mention the recommended moves. I mean, so maybe we can bold the move counts to make it clear that these are recommended.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that as much as we would like to give a case to some of the other moves, it's kind of hard to really suggest that any of them are on the same level. So, yeah. However, Sadie thinks he ought to highlight the recommended moves, and maybe if we
No, Sadie, we want this to be a square shiny.
so we could note which ones are recommended. Square shinies in the stupid, not stupid, but in Sword and Shield.
There are 4 like different types of shinies. There's a star, a circle, a square, or a triangle, or something like that. Like the animation when it pops out isn't a star; it's a square. Why? I don't know.
I really have never understood why that's a thing, but it's hilarious that it is a thing. So, how difficult? I would say somehow highlight, maybe with color or maybe with something else, the wing attack,
Well, just to make it harder
Poison
for Sadie.
Fang, and Shadow Ball. Or I mean, they're obviously at the top. Maybe you could just put like small circles around them.
No, throw the whole graphic away and make a new one. Love you, Sadie.
I'm thinking some designation where we can say recommended, and then we could have you put during the garbage can. And then it looks less like a garbage can. It looks kind of more like a Minecraft bucket.
Oscar the Grouch.
There we go.
So did you guys want to include Halloween Cup stuff on the graphic, or?
Yeah, we have some Halloween Cup key matches and losses.
Right.
Jalapeno
besides
Buddha says draw square shinies by the preferred move.
Besides that, okay, Sadie, calm down. Besides that, because the Vigoroth, I feel like the Vigoroth bulk point that Matt brought up is really, really important, because I feel like Vigoroth's going to be, I don't know, somewhat prevalent because of the steel types like Wormadam, Mawile, things like that, you know? So, I don't know, maybe including that would be important, because it could be used as a pretty good save.
You're saying Halloween Cup, so Vigoroth is not in Halloween.
Oh, it's not in? Oh,
No.
Never mind. I don't know. What am I saying? Oh, I'm talking about I'm mixing 2 metas. I'm talking about Sunrise.
You're actually fired.
I'm actually fired.
Yeah, so what?
Okay, calm down. Calm down.
Zach,
you could
he's
just
literally
highlight.
DMing me with exclamation marks about things that aren't even real. Help! Help!
Normally, I would want to highlight Sylph meta's high. I mean, obviously, we should mention like it's been prevalent in certain metas, but in Sunrise Cup, it's at 53 for Shadow and 77 for regular. And do you think it's a prevalent thing we're gonna see in?
No. The reason I was confused is because it just goes to show that Golbat's like literally in almost every single meta. It's just whether it's relevant or not.
Right.
So I think that just goes to show how prevalent it is, and I was confused because I don't even know. It's in so many metas that So that information is good, Sadie. I think. I don't know where you.
I don't know why he's not writing everything out with his beautiful calligraphy, and he's just typing like.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Although to be fair, like I think this is my favorite new
There you go.
segment Like,
Yeah, I
you
can read that.
this?
It
Gonna
looks
write
like
it
it says,
out.
"Can you reel this?"
No, I can see the little D. But yeah, I like this new segment because then it's poke and pull and troll Sadie. It's all of my 3 favorite.
I think
things
that
to do.
might be the real main draw of it all, is just to troll Sadie as much
Troll
as possible.
Sadie. Yeah.
Glad I could be of service.
Let's see.
Yeah, we might want to bold, like YTX was saying, we might want to bold the important movesets. Other than like, because
just make the recommended moveset Super Saiyan with like the yellow highlights.
yeah, like
Oh,
Poison
man.
Fang, Shadow Ball.
I'm not even familiar with this thing that Sadie just did. You can squish emotes. That's a thing.
Yeah, you can do that.
Kind of points, redeem them.
Oh, okay. I see that. I
modify
always
there's a
flip
couple
them. I've
things you
never
can do.
squished them.
Yeah, the squish one's the funniest one though.
All right. So I think where he put max cost to build, it was more minimum cost to build, right? And it was wild was 10K, purified 50, and then shadow 150. We can probably make that all pretty small, but maybe have some sort of visual in terms of either stardust or dollar signs or something relating to cost.
That's a nice shiny boy in the
Can we just do min and max and just give the range?
I would love it if you did max.
I mean, we could do max.
Oh god, yeah.
Let's see. All right. So what's the actual max to build for a regular then? That's quite.
Or maybe we should put average.
I think min is good, just to give people the idea of they're going to invest at least that much. I mean, you always know if you catch something low level that you could be screwed. But let's see if I have a.
Well, the thing with minimum is for regular, obviously, it's just how much does the second move cost, because you could just catch it at level, right?
No, it's 50 because we did that math of it has to be level 29. The highest thing you can get is like level 25, right?
No, you can catch up to 35. You can catch up to 30 non-weather boosted.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could just catch a Zubat at level, evolve, add the second move, and that's all it
right.
costs.
But I mean, I think it's worth just putting it in that form because not all mons have the 10K move, especially the non-starters. And so just noting that, like, in general, it's unbelievably cheap, but then if you decide to go the shadow route, it's significantly more. But I mean, we can put more information there. I just am thinking we're going to run out of room if we put it all.
Well, that's not our problem. That's Sadie's department.
Yeah, I mean,
if it doesn't come out right, we just throw him under the bus.
I mean, I don't know how readable it'll stay, but I'm sure we can make it smaller than it is now.
That's what she said.
Let's see. Oh man, I was hoping that my shiny Zubat was level 1, but it's level 3. But I suppose the math to figure out what powering up is all the same regardless of what mon it is.
So I was looking into Sunrise Cup a little bit, and the shadow actually ranks somewhat high. It's obviously flyers are in danger this cup because of Stunfisk. So I can't really, I really don't feel like we'll see many Golbats at all, if any. But it does take out Obstagoon, Marowak, like Vigoroth, like we were mentioning, and like even Shadow Dragonite, which I really find interesting because of that Dragon Breath damage. I wouldn't have thought that it could do that sort of thing, but I guess it's just so squishy. So I don't know, but I can't imagine we'll see so many because of Stunfisk and Skarmory being so prevalent. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, if you really want to know the maximum amount of Stardust you could spend on a wild Golbat or Zubat that was evolved to reach level 30 in this case, it tells you would spend 120k plus the move, so 130k.
130.
And if you were Shadow, with the same situation, wait, it's more. Why is it? Why is it not count? It seems like it should come out to more. Why is it not? I said 130 on the last one, right? So why is it giving me the same numbers on Shadow?
That's weird.
I have doubt in your calculator you're giving me here, YTX. I appreciate the link, but I'm confused. They both give the exact same number. What's the actual? Doesn't seem like it properly accounts for Shadow. All right, let's see. Do I have any Shadow Mons that are level 1? Anybody got any level 1 Shadow Mons? I don't feel like I ever catch level 1 Shadow Mons.
I think at the very beginning when they were first released, they were low level, right?
Oh,
like the
that's
starters.
True. That's true. So is there a floor now of level 5?
It's
Possibly.
125.
What's that?
Wild Shadow is 125, and then the Shadow is boosted. Water boosted is 5 to 10.
I'm just trying
Also,
to
it's
I'm
still
trying to
one.
figure out why I literally have 0 level 1s. I would think somehow I don't seem to have any that are even low level. Level 8. Level 8. Level 8. Got a lot of level 8s. If anybody can find any lower level ones, let me know. All mine seem to be minimum level 8. Let's see. Let's look it up. I think that did change when they buffed them. Yeah, because the original Pokemon Go Hub information was from August 8th of last year. And then they updated them. Oh, Matt Shadow says he has a level 1 Zubat and needs 101 dust. Oh, to get to level 28, right? We were talking minimum to maximum, and so if they really wanted maximum, I was giving it like 0 IVs. Shadow Pokemon.
Shadow 1.2 times more expensive.
Right.
So can we just use the same
That's
math?
true.
Or just...
Yeah, you could just multiply. Right. So,
By 1.2.
Yeah, that's how I got the 150,000 number.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The move
The
costs a little bit.
approximation. Yeah.
it probably doesn't change the shadow calculation a whole lot between minimum and maximum because you aren't powering it up through those high levels. You're powering it up through the low one. They're much cheaper.
I will say that Sadie's pretty good at this thing. You should consider doing a career in graphics or
Right.
art or something.
Graphic design sucks. Boo.
Ten out of 10 would recommend. Is it the Crobat of disciplines?
Yeah.
All right. So as far as the title, I'm thinking that we need it to stand out a little more. Do we want it to be kind of this font that that's used right now on screen? I think that's the one that Sadie threw on in the stuff he sent me.
I made absolutely no font choice. This is just the default font this program uses.
No, right. No, I know. I'm just trying to think of how much space that needs to take up. But what was the name?
Have you tried flying font? Is there a flying font?
What would that even mean?
I don't know. You're the one that arts.
I'm thinking that we want it to be like the poke and pull branding, like a consistency, like for future ones for the title. And I have on screen something that's my approximation of what Sadie sent, and that I think is like a generic Pokemon font. I'm not sure whether I have the apostrophe after the N as well, but I'm not sure whether that like when I was picturing it, I think I even had like dashes in my mind, but I don't know what is the proper way to spell poke and pull, since it's such a formal word. It obviously has a proper way to spell it.
Well, there's an actual way, or we could do the Pokemon way where it has the apostrophe little dash thing above the E.
Accent mark over the E. True.
Yeah. I mean, I think, is it a Alolan Bunny? That's her handle? Or a Lola Bunny? Let me see. I always forget because I don't know how to read. Yeah, Alolan Bunny. She always talks about how you're supposed to spell Pokemon. Or Pogo.
But then it also depends on how we're saying the name, right?
Don't you start 10. Do not.
Poke and pull sounds different than Pokemon, right? Or it's not poke and pull, is it? Or is it?
Well, if you're Canadian.
And if you're Canadian, then it's still not an accent. It's just a EH.
Well, yeah, they add A in front, or E in front of everything, or after everything. So.
All right. And do we think that it should just be like the Pokemon yellow kind of color?
I mean, if you could like draw wings on poke and pull to signify the Golbat, that would be cool.
What in the hell?
You know, just like on the P and on the L. Just
I'm not sure if he's what in the
draw a
helling
wing
Photoshop, or
I've
if he's
drawn
what in
like
the helling
15
Max.
wings.
What's that?
and I demand another 15, damn it.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of wings going on. He's got wings in the art in the background. He's got.
You could just take the wings you've already drawn and put them into the
Wings and things
next to
about
the
Crobat
Pokeball.
and Golbat.
Not to be confused with using the Wingdings font. That would be something different.
We can't say Wingstop because that's copyrighted.
Although Pizza Hut is welcome to sponsor us if they would like. My son.
No,
would
that's
appreciate
that's Wing Street.
Oh, true. It is. You're right. He's literally copying and pasting these wings just to make you happy, Max. Are you proud?
I
you
am
can put 'em
100% happy
That's really
and
cool.
proud and like this is why I love Saidypoo. Oh my god, do you even know what you're doing, Saidypoo?
Learn to art. Get good.
What's happening?
Alright, no, but for real, can we get a shout out to Saidypoo?
For sure.
Literally who?
Saidypoo.
And for the record, this the art that is in the background is available as a print on his website, of course, saidypoo.com. And you should check out those prints. Maybe for future episodes of this, we're going to look at trying to do some sort of maybe limited edition prints, if we're able to do so, that are maybe somehow special, that you could win or purchase or something. We'll see what you want if you're interested. All right. And what about the font for the subtitle? We can probably leave that in the probably some sort of a fairly readable, simple
You probably want to make
font.
it blue. Yeah, there you go. See, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea for that bottom font.
I'm just thinking rotate through some until we see something that's fairly plain and readable. And I don't think it needs to be probably something serif. I don't know. I'm bad at these font things. Lock that background layer, Sadie. Just lock it so you don't keep moving it.
It doesn't seem like I can fucking just scroll. Like most programs, you could just like click and then arrow, up arrow or down arrow, and this is not going to let me do that.
Can you draw fangs on N so it looks like the fangs of a Golbat or I'm just kidding.
Oh, I thought you were referencing like the trainer N, and I was trying to figure out if that had some significance.
No, I was just so that way look, but no, I'm just trolling.
Golbat and sort of Golbat.
There,
And
you get the old school Pokemon font, and you'll like it.
Man,
You're not wrong.
are you? I am a fan of giving a little dimensionality to the title font, just giving it like a small inner bevel or something, just so that it stands out, especially because it's kind of a darker color.
I don't think this program can even do that.
What
but
program are you in?
It's called Clip Studio Paint.
Ah, that's right. I think I asked you one time about that. I was just somehow thinking it was something else.
Is that like the preferred one that you? Is that the one that you would like to use, or is there another one that, like, if you could have the dream, what would it be?
I mean, Photoshop charges you monthly, and I'm not willing to pay that.
But that's the one that you would want to do.
It's the one I always have done. I actually like drawing more in this one, but working with fonts and stuff is much more difficult.
Okay.
I suppose now if you are,
I guess if you open a Patreon and the patrons could pay for that monthly subscription,
you can still export this as a PSD file or not.
PDF.
Oh, there we go.
No,
Yeah.
Sadie, are you able to export this as
Yes.
a PSD so that if there was something that was harder to do on Photoshop, I could just do it on this end?
I also have Photoshop.
Oh, you're just
Technically.
you have it technically.
Technically.
Don't ask how he got it.
I understand that. Are we attaching the wings to the title or no?
No, they awkwardly float there.
Got you.
Well, now because you have that 3D dimension, like that shadowing, now you can put the teeth on. Just kidding.
I just thought of something. Can we do type prevent for the fast move and charge moves?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can we
So
do
like
what?
wing attack would be like grass fighting and stuff like that, and then whatever Golbat loses to and resists.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put that in a little box on the side as well. Yeah.
And it could be more symbols than typing
Yeah,
it
just
out.
symbol pointing, like flying points to fighting, grass, bug. I can't think of anything else.
Well, I'm just gonna put it in the team builder Golbat, and that should give you everything, right? when you rate the team just by itself.
Well, you just want typings, right? I don't care
Yeah,
about.
but if you go to like bug, like
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah.
double resisted, it's neutral against dark dragon, and then like electric, it's weak again. So like that little graphic.
Yeah, I never look at that.
Right.
It's just too far in the middle.
Yeah.
Did we ever resolve what I was putting down here for Dust to build?
I don't think so.
I'm personally a fan of minimum. I don't really, just because I think it'll take up too much space if we do more. And I was gonna say 10k wild, 50k purified, 150k shadow, and I wouldn't devote a whole lot of real estate to that.
All right, there you go, Sadie. I sent you the screenshots of the things of everything, but just focus on the things that it's good against with the green, and then the things that it's bad against with the pink or salmon. I don't know. Forget the neutral stuff.
Salmon.
Fuchsia.
All right, yeah. So weak to psychic, electric, ice, and rock.
And then I can send you emotes, like the Pokemon trading card game, little emote symbols, if you need those. You just throw those on there, if that's easier.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If this would work. Thank you. I mean, I don't entirely want to make your life completely unbearable. just kind of tease you a little bit. So bug. Fairy. It's good against fighting. It's good against grass. This is good against. Well, it's resisted against ground, so it's got a positive matchup against ground. It's resisting poison. And then it's really bad against electric ice.
I think ice, rock, psychic, and electric are all equal. For fighting, grass, and bug, those are the double resistances, which...
Psychic and rock. Okay, psychic. And where's my rock? Here's my rock. There you go. Those are all the relevant typings, so... Alright, cool. Because, like, neutrality doesn't exist in this game.
You mean immunity?
I mean, yeah, immunity doesn't exist in the game. It's like
if
a
neutrality
double
didn't
resistance.
exist, man, this would be a complicated game.
Well, I mean, like, I guess I could say in this game there is no like neutrality. We all hate each other for like our teams and whatever Pokemon choices. So it resists ground, and it resists poison, and it resists fairy, and it resists bug. So those are the key resistances.
Well, double resist fighting, grass, and bug.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's almost like you could probably break it down into 3 columns, like weak to ice, rock, psychic, electric, resistant to ground, poison, fairy, and double resist fighting, grass, and bug.
It's super effective against bug with its flying move. It's super effective against fighting with its flying move. It's super effective against grass with its flying move. And then also it's super effective against fairy with its poison move. Super effective against grass.
If it's double resistant, I intend to just put like a 2 times next to it.
Yeah, just put like 2 times. I would, at the top there next to typings, you could put the poison flying typings, like the typings of Golbat.
Well, either way, I'm not good with my typing, so I'll leave this to the smart people.
I know that Sadie is already coming up with all of the clever things to put on it, but you could reference right next to the typings that it actually has that it's special, that it's poison flying or unique. Just like, I'm special.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's the only poison flyer, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. I could check again, but I'm pretty sure.
No, it's for sure. The Zubat line is the only poison flyer in the entire game.
Yeah.
Mel is
I thought you were gonna
asking,
correct
what,
me.
what is? Oh, is that the bug? Is that? And that's a.
Yeah,
That is a
that's
wild looking
what.
bug.
Yeah, that one's bug, fairy. Like I found this chart that has all the typings with those things, and it's like, all right, like it's close enough. I'll use that. Like fairy kind of looks obvious because like it looks like a butterfly type of, or like fairy wings. Bug looks okay, and then what was
Why
the
don't
other
we
one?
just use the symbols from Pokemon Go?
Yeah,
Because I don't have those handy, but if somebody has those, I'm like sure. But this is
here
all
I
that I have
got
ready
you,
available.
Sadie.
Because those bugs and stuff, this doesn't make sense because they don't exist in like the card games or whatnot, to my understanding.
Right. But that's why I was like, this is all that I have. But if Ethan can get those in, then those will work.
Got you.
I'm
I
looking.
used to have them. I just don't know what the hell happened to it. I lost it in one of my drives.
I'm trying to find it. I'm looking at that Project Pokemon that has all the original sprites from the different games. But I
Oh,
don't
Project
see-
Pokemon? Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't see the typings there. I don't know
I
how they're
think I sent
represented.
them both to Sadie.
No, I use Pokemon database for all my sprites, and I don't see the typings there either.
I sent them to Sadie, so
Cool.
should be good.
Future
Now
episodes
I
now.
need like all the other ones.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
let's keep going then.
Well, like if you can like send them the file, like email them that entire folder of them, then that works
Oh.
probably.
Oh, there's no folder.
Is there a
You
site
thought this
can
was
pull them
easy?
down? Where did these come
No,
from?
I'm literally just Google searching. I got you though. We only need like 2 more after this. You thought this was easy? No. Here we go. And then what was the last one? I completely forgot. Let's see.
Bug, fairy, fighting, grass, ground, poison, electric, ice,
But which
psychic, and rock.
right, but double resist. Let's see.
Double resist
Double
fighting,
resist
fighting
is
grass,
bug.
Grass
bug.
fighting.
And bug.
Bug. Thank you. Bug.
Can we put poison before flying? Because that's the primary type.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Oh,
should do
I
that.
don't know how that
What
works.
in the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know how they determined that, but yeah, that there is a thing where if it's
It's a
primary
primary
and a
type.
secondary typing. I just don't know how that.
They're going to implement it in the game in the future as a tiebreaker for CMP when you have the same attacks.
You can see the primary type in the background of the Pokemon.
Right, true.
That's why you rarely see flying.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I just don't know how. Like in the main series game, I don't know how they determined it. Like this Pokemon is a poison Pokemon that just happens to fly. It's like, oh, okay. Like
I still love the fact that Flygon is not flying type.
And what does it become when it's a Mega? It just stays a dragon ground?
Is there a Mega
I don't-
Flygon?
I don't think.
Oh no, that's Sceptile that becomes a dragon,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Oh,
dragon.
okay.
Yeah,
That's why.
Sceptile.
That's why its
Wasn't,
community day move.
Isn't there
was,
conspiracy theories that Flygon and Salamance's names were supposed to be switched or something?
Oh, I don't know
Flygon
about that.
Salamence.
Oh yeah, it's the same with like
Could be.
Butterfree and Venomoth's lines got crossed. Because if you
Oh,
look at Venomoth and Venonat and Butterfree, it looks like they should go together because of the eyes, and like Venomoth makes a little bit more sense with the Metapod. And then if you look at Salamence with the names and stuff, like it makes more sense that a Flygon looks like a salamander, and a Salamence looks like a flying Pokemon, or that's the whole lore about it, right? Bagon really wants to fly, so it grows wings.
Yeah, because it's Bagon and then Flygon. So the thought was,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with that lore, but I believe it. It certainly sounds like something that would at least be making the rounds, whether true or not. Am I'm correct when I say that there is no such thing as a mega evolution in the Crobat line? Right?
yes.
There is not.
Maybe we could have a teeny
Not
tiny,
yet.
a teeny tiny little thing that just says no mega.
I don't know how they would. I don't know if they're gonna ever like. I don't know, like content-wise, if there's even a point to make new megas for certain things. I guess there would be.
I know it
But-
was a way to balance the VGC series where it's like Charmander would come back in on one of the newer games. Like I don't know exactly which one, but I'm just gonna throw a hypothetical. Like Charmander would be available as a wild spawn in, I don't know, like Ultra Sun and Moon. So then it was like, Charizard is irrelevant to VGC. How do we make it good? Oh, if we give all these Gen 1s Megas and a couple like Gen 2 and or whatever, then they can like come in and shake things up. That's why they made fairy typing to answer the dragons that were oppressive, just like how they made dark to answer the psychic that was oppressive.
Right.
But like Mega Raichu though.
Isn't there a Mega Pikachu or something ridiculous? Or
Dynamax.
Dynamax, I'm sorry. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Raichu is actually perfect, so there's no point in giving it a mega.
Alright, just imagine Raichu with Saidypoo's hair. That's the Mega Raichu.
You're right. You're right.
Let's see here. So I sent you the fairy PNG as well. Yeah. There you go.
Isn't it awesome that they send you stuff in PNG because they already know, versus just like sending something over like crap? Now I gotta edit this
If
crap
it,
out.
if
Sending
it
a
wasn't
J-
PNG, I wouldn't have even considered using it.
Honestly, I shouldn't have sent it as a PNG just to make you upset.
Send a JPEG with like a speckled background that's not easily removed.
I'll just send you this. I'll just send you this. Here you go. Good luck.
Saidypoo's gonna walk out midstream.
Here we go.
Although Jiggly I would like try to screen capture, like screenshot this image before he says like, "There you go, I have your image, and I'm gonna hold it for ransom,
Oh,
$50."
Oh boy.
Good luck.
It's funny because the number of times I've tried to use my scroll wheel to try and like move around his image is embarrassing, to say the least.
What are you doing?
D.
Okay. Was there any other typing? Let me see. Flying. Well, we have. It's super effective against grass and fighting and fairy.
And Shadow Ball is the only thing that's super effective against Ghost and Psychic, right?
Oh, I guess yeah, ghost and psychic I should include.
So we have to add something for that.
Wait, how do
separately?
people make these type charts? Because it doesn't make any sense to have them on both sides, does it?
What?
Like, oh, I resist
Isn't it-
fighting and I'm super effective against fighting, so I put the fist on both sides. Is that really how we're going to do that?
I believe it's resistances and weaknesses.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
But-
how it works.
Because in theory, whatever it resists, it's super effective against.
Yeah, but that's not always true.
Right, but that's something that like
Hmm.
good against and bad against. You don't have to really do like resistance or typing. You could just because this is supposed to be like
I
a
mean, if-
very like basic thing and just somebody to kind of like keep an eye on is, oh, I'm good against fighting, I'll stay in. This is I'm bad against psychic, like maybe I should get out.
I mean, if it's like double resisted, then I'm assuming that it's gonna be at least, super effective or neutral.
Yeah, unless it's ghost or normal, right?
Right. I mean, yeah. I think people know that for the most part, though. I think like putting the weakness, like those 3 typings on the weakness side, and then having fairy, ghost, and psychic on the effective side, isn't. Or did I send dark? Oops. Wait, is that right? No. Oops. Scratch that. I messed up.
Oh,
Yeah,
BRB.
one
You can
job.
keep that though. You can keep that on there.
No, he's
Just
doing
put
it now.
somewhere.
It's too late. It's too late. He's
He's
using
doing it.
Well, if it's dark, it resists the shadow ball, right? So it's like kind of weak.
You
guess
can't,
in a
don't
way.
put it on there. Don't put it on there. Just put it. You could meme and put it on the Pokemon poll. You could do that. And there you go.
Yeah, this is where we see Saidypoo poke and pull with himself. Mal, yes, that is 100% correct.
There you go though. Yeah, psychic. You can have psychic, ghost and fairy on the effective side, and then put fighting and bug and grass on the weakness side, and then like mark it
Wait,
with 2
what?
times.
Why
So
would it be weak to grass?
wait a second. No, weaknesses. Wait,
It's types it's effective against, and types it's bad
wait.
against.
I thought you were gonna put resistances. Where are we putting
Yeah,
the
just
resistance?
get rid of that because it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Oh,
Psychic.
okay.
It's not effective against psychic. It's weak against psychic.
Okay, so we gotta get
We're,
more.
we're just
It
doing
has
poison.
shadow ball. What the hell?
Yeah, I know, but
I
we're just
forgot
gonna
what
put
we
it
were
as a
doing.
weakness. We're just gonna put it as a weakness because
You
like
guys are
confusion
confusing
hurts
me.
like a mother.
Now I know what we're doing. Okay, ice. Ice. There we go. Ice. I mean, psychic. It's weak. It's technically weak to psychic. Yeah.
No,
there you
but we're just going based on its primary and secondary typing of poison and flying. With those things, this is what it's good and bad against. And then if
Does
somebody
ghost go
needs to
anywhere in
go,
this case?
no.
No.
Fuck.
Ice does. Ice goes under weakness. And so does rock.
And electric. Boogie woogie
And
woogie.
electric. I think that's it though.
And then like you can just elaborate in some way like with this, like as Jiggly Dad releases this into the universe, then he can say something like in his little tweet or something like it's noteworthy to know that it has a coverage move, Shadow Ball, to help fight against the Psychic and Ghosts. Or its coverage move to fight back against one of these weaknesses is Shadow Ball. That obliterates the Psychic Pokemon that would otherwise destroy its poison typing.
It's hard to find a rock PNG, by the way.
Really?
That's weird that we can find all of these and not just that one. Nobody cares about rock types.
Rock's really tough.
Usually, when I'm looking for these things, I just go to that site.
It's a little hexagon though.
and try
This is
and
really
find the
this is
same
really
thing.
funny. This is really funny, Sadie. I'm gonna send this to you. even the even like they even mistyped it. It's pretty funny.
So
How do you
why?
mistype rock?
Oh jeez. So YTX, what do you think if we have
Yeah.
like a secondary kind of like back of the card kind of section where we have more nitty gritty details and stuff that may not involve as much art, but it's just like stuff that we discover? What would you think would be some of the most important stuff to put there? He's hiding.
I think he's gone.
Oh, is he gone?
Or-
Is he entirely gone?
Oh, he's not gone. I don't think. He's here. He's
I was
just
gonna say he's
like,
connected. He's just gone. He's
For now.
AFK. A freaking FK.
I'm still trying to find rock. It's so hard. Why is this so difficult? Found like the old rock. Oh, there it is. IV chart bingo. Oh, like well, I mean, we could include YTX numbers for fun.
What stuff when
But-
you're looking at the YTX numbers? What stands out to you as like some of the more interesting information?
I thought the Cresselia IV was interesting. The 1550. I don't know what his favorite is, but that one stood out to me a little bit. Just because it hits that breakpoint,
I'm
right?
trying to find that on his graphic. Where is that?
It's the very
Or it-
top. It's at the very top of the, like when it starts.
Oh, at the top of where the fast
Where it
move
start.
breakpoints start.
Yeah,
Okay.
where the fast move breakpoints start. 1550. It's also the same breakpoint for Tropius. And then like, what else? Scrafty shares a similar breakpoint IV, where it's not so much focused on the stamina stat as it is in the HP now. But yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. But I also like the Vigoroth one a lot. I think the Vigoroth one, because Vigoroth's in a lot of just like open Great League and like a lot of restricted metas as well. That could be interesting to point out for the break and bulk, but yeah. There you go. That looks good.
Oh, thank God it worked out that way. Instead of it having like 18 effective and then like 2 weaknesses or whatever, so it looks completely like he has to readjust the whole layout again.
I was gonna say
It's a nice
obviously
4-4.
we have to make the graphic this week, but I would hope that the goal moving forward would be to make it easier on Sadie to actually kind of reduplicate this process or duplicate the process by
Yeah, I mean,
doing something that's doable.
we didn't even know the format coming in, so now we have some idea of a general format. So
But then I can't give him a hard man.
we don't want that. We want like a format for him so he knows what to put where. Yeah.
Just wait until we do the EVs.
No.
All right, and when I'm looking at Cresselia fast move damage, that is doing 4 per. What is it? 4 per Psycho cut or 4 confusion?
Yeah. So YTX mentions in chat that Golbat and Vig are within the same attack range, so there's CMP there too. I
Mhm.
think that's a very interesting one to put down, to be honest, in my opinion. Like a bulk and break point for it, but I mean, we don't have to if we're not gonna do that.
I mean, I kind of want to put together like some sort of a corollary thing that gets into more of like the nuanced stuff that doesn't fit on a proper infographic, and it doesn't necessarily have to have the full Saidypoo treatment if that's high effort. But like, I think we could just pull key data points from the YTX data, from what we find, and just kind of put those down for people for Halloween Cup, general meta. If you're wanting this, you need this.
Mm-hmm.
But is it?
I think
four,
it looks.
But it's 4 fast move. I'm looking at the table. It says 4 fast move damage against Cresselia. I'm sorry, against Cresselia, and that's per wing attack. Obviously, I guess I was thinking the other way around. I was thinking bulk points.
I believe that's per. I believe it's per wing attack.
It's got
YTX can correct me. Hold on.
I'm sure it is. I was thinking
Honestly,
opposite.
I don't do much of this stuff, but let me see. Let me put it in.
I'm trying to read this. It's a very small one.
With normal IVs, you're doing 3 damage per wing attack. With YTX numbers, you're doing 4. So it is per wing attack. And I'm assuming you get a bit extra on Shadow Ball as well. Let's see. You're able to land that. Let me check the numbers here. So Shadow Ball, you normally do 77 damage with the rank 1, but with the 15.50, you're doing 83. Yeah. So you do a bit more with wing attacks and the Shadow Ball. Mm-hmm. I don't know how that fares if it's confusion though.
Yeah, that was when I was saying confusion. I was thinking bulk points. So it's obviously.
Yeah, you don't
I was
want
thinking
the
in the wrong direction. I was trying to figure out what would do. No.
Right. Yeah, you don't want the breakpoint for confusion crest. That would be bad. Oh, question should it be weak and effective instead of weakness and effective? Oh.
Oh, what's going on, Poppy? Where?
Hey, Poppy.
Where does it say that?
Sadie, 10 asked that, Sadie. I think, I mean, fair. You could put weak and effective if you want.
Welcome in, Brady. Sorry you had trouble.
Now you're gonna put effectiveness and weaknesses. Nice.
Did I miss something? I don't get the effectiveness part.
I don't fully get it either.
It's a language thing. So a weak, or weak is like apparently like a noun or something like that. But effective is an adjective or something. I don't know. It's something that Tenrexon brought up. So to have in the format of noun, adjective, adjective.
It's just an English thing, basically. But
yeah, so.
No, I'm not understanding why fairy is there.
Right. I think that the question is like there's a difference between.
The answer is it's what moves it has. What are they effective against? Is what it should be.
What do you mean? Like, poison is good against fairy.
Right. So that's why
it resists. Yeah.
It has Shadow Ball though, so shouldn't by that logic shouldn't Psychic be over there?
No.
We're going to ask the question why is Psychic there?
No. We're saying it because of its poison typing, right? So it's weak. Poison makes it weak to Psychic, right?
Well, we just have to come up with
the flying typing makes it weak to Ice, Rock, and
That's
ice,
true. This
which
is more
takes
of like
away
a
the
general. What
Right.
is it effective against? Not
just
like
based on
that's what-
typing.
if that's what we're going to use, we definitely need to come up with a language that's different, because it's too, if you use weakness and or like the normal language, then it's going to imply that it means one of the other. Maybe good matchup, bad matchup, or matchup
Right, but
positive,
that's why we went
negative.
like it's weak against this, and then it's effective against that, and then the things to add on to like your tweet or like a little write-up or an article or something, like some kind of follow-up to this, is saying like the fact that it has Shadow Ball means that it has a what is known as a coverage move against the psychic typing, so that's something to keep in mind. Also, bite is a coverage move against it, but with us having to add on to this that we have a recommended move set of Wing Attack and Poison Fang with the coverage move known as Shadow Ball. These are things that like because like you can't articulate everything on the graphic, right? Just purely in pictures. You have to somehow have some kind of like, that's what this discussion is about. So the graphic is just supposed to give a lot of keynotes like bullet points, but this discussion is saying Shadow Ball is a coverage move. Some Pokemon have coverage moves, some Pokemon don't have coverage moves. So that's why we're saying it's effective against fairies, because poison, it resists the fairy moves, and it's effective against fighting because it resists, and it does super effective damage. It resists grass, and it does like, that's the point of that little section of it.
Right. I think we should avoid using the language of super or
you
of
just put, like-
effectiveness or weaknesses, just because so many people are going to look at it immediately and their first reaction is going to be, oh, this means this, or it's going to be, this is wrong. And they're going to all have different ideas in their head as to why it is wrong or why it should be something else. But if you make it clear that you're using different language of just like best matchups, worst matchups, or something like that, or
Can we just change it to resistance?
Yeah, I think I like that too. That's what we had originally.
yeah.
And that's why I was confused kind of when we changed paths.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think
That's-
it started out as resistances, and I like the resistances and weaknesses, and then it became that we were trying to cram a lot of stuff in there, and then I think people were suggesting ways to shorthand it. I think it's a little hard to shorthand it, but
Well,
I also
you could just do a check mark on where the effectiveness is, right, and then like an X for the weaknesses and stuff like that. Like we could do that instead, so it's a nice little graphic.
I
where
think
it's like-
yeah. Oh, for the purposes of making it reusable, so that Sadie doesn't have to reinvent the wheel every time, what you could do is have all of the typings up and down the line. You could have an empty space, and you could have either, you could. Just
All
have
right,
it
Ethan, get me the rest of them.
I mean, I feel
Well,
like
I was thinking we would replace effectiveness with resistance, like with
what I'm
YTX
saying-
is saying.
what I'm saying is that there's all the typings, and that if we want to create kind of a template where people can look at it and see the information that they need quickly, and it's somewhat duplicatable for Sadie, instead of having to redo this every time, like it's going to fit in the same sort of spot, you just throw
Right.
all the typings in there, and then you have like some sort of really obvious
Sadie's
color
dead
guide
inside.
or something. I know Sadie's dead
So wait,
inside.
so we want all the typings? Is that what we're doing right now? Is that what's happening?
I think
I like this way, but just instead of getting too technical with, because like I said, that's part of this conversation is like resistances, and that's part of the conversation with all that stuff is like that's more incentive. Like if you want to know more about these typings and like coverage moves and all that stuff, like come and watch the live stream for the discussion. Like if not, then we just don't have the stream. We just do like a little graphic write-up article, call it a day, right? But like you got to have something, just a nice little card that's palatable and that says like it's fairy fighting grass bug, probably gonna have a good time, Psychic, Ice, Rock, and Electric, you're probably gonna have a bad time. You gotta just like get the hell out of that, or just accept that that's a bad matchup, right? So, sure, coverage moves. Sure, I could throw a return into the mix, and like a return can hit all those things neutrally, except for the rock moves. Like, sure, there's a lot of things that we could put onto it, but just for the sake of simplicity, and for like, I forgot what it's called, but Saidypoo will know it. But like, if you put too much crap onto it, then like that's a bad thing for graphic design.
Right.
Yeah.
So like,
I
Yeah,
agree
no, we
with
definitely need to
that.
come to some sort of consensus on how we're going to articulate the typings. Because obviously the problem with Pokemon is they have 3 moves of not even necessarily the same type as their own. So you can't really like show what all of their moves are effective against easily.
right.
To me,
So we might need to skip what it's effective against and
Right.
like just pure what does it resist? I guess. I don't know.
right, and it could even be like in terms
And
of
what
like
is
you can
super effective against
you can farm against this or whatever. I mean, like farmable because you know you're not going to get hit hard. What I'm looking at when I'm looking at the visual, like if you take the entire part with the Zubats and the dust to build and slide it over, and you made the typings pull down and kind of made that like
Yeah,
all
that's
the
probably what's going
typings,
to happen.
then like every one of our graphics could have the same typing key on the right.
Oh, I see. I see
And
what you
then-
mean. In terms of concrete, like in
terms
of
of
a
somebody can
format
look at it immediately.
standardized.
The next time we do it, Sadie all he has to do is change
instead
the
of
colors
dragging
and
all the things.
right, so that
Yeah, I
it's a
see.
lot lower effort to you know, you're not reinventing the wheel every time. And if somebody starts to look at it, they'll look at it and they'll say, okay, this is the format it was last time. I understand this.
So let me get all the typings. Let me do that.
We don't have all day, Ethan.
Okay, I'm getting the typings. Calm down.
You have 12 minutes to open gifts. If you are in the central time zone, which Sadie has declared irrelevant, send your hate mail to saidypoo.com.
If you live there, you have no coast. Get over it.
We have the Gold Coast.
Who?
The Gold Coast. It's what they call the Lake Michigan shoreline in
Wasn't that
Chicago.
a show from Cartoon Network? Space Ghost? No, that's Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Never mind.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll say, so what I'm thinking is we do what we're describing here, and then on the kind of back of the card graphic that Sadie doesn't have to have as much hands-on involvement if he's overwhelmed, then we can have a corresponding one that shows the something with regard to the other way around for the attacks, and do that just to put it somewhere so the information's there, but it's not going to be the primary graphic that most people are going to focus on first. Because you see a lot of these infographics these days are like multi-part, and I do think it's important to put the most important stuff on the first one, but it does seem like it is a trend to do more than one.
I think one thing we can add is color coding the charge move to correspond with people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, right.
And then maybe the turn count for each fast move in parentheses, maybe like wing attack parentheses 2, bite parentheses 1.
I like that too.
Because ideally, I would like
Yeah.
a whole nother graphic just on its moves and what it's good against. Like the moves themselves are good against. But like that's a whole lot of
Being
work.
good against is kind of difficult because like there's a lot of dual typings, so you cannot have a big table.
Right,
That's
but
a huge table.
But say he puts together just the template that just shows the typings and has like whether it's check boxes, color coded boxes, you know, just small areas for us to work with. If he could do that, then we could make the process of doing that a lot easier, and it would be something that we could do, like break up and each person takes one thing or whatever. And I don't know that you ever really want to get into dual typings when it comes to this stuff, because I think that always overcomplicates it to the point that it's not readable. If there's a certain dual typing, like a specific really prevalent typing, like a mud boy kind of thing, you could maybe point that out, but I don't. Like poison grass, water ground, like those kind of things, but the ones that are just, they exist but they're just random, I think you kind of have to ignore that.
Just wait until we get into Purified Sableye.
I'm pretty sure that I know that Toe did a video on Purified Sableye and using PV Poke, and I know he was using it just to figure out if his was good enough, but I don't think it would be quite as daunting, just because you've got an even smaller pool of moves, and you know you're looking for high IVs, not
Yeah, Sableye should be easy.
No, but I'm talking about for the offensive typings and all this typing stuff that we're talking about,
right.
like Shadow Claw, Foul Play, and then Return, because like Return is really straightforward, like normal typing is really straightforward, but like it's contradictory to the knowledge of like a Pokemon that at one point had no weaknesses whatsoever. It wasn't until the next gen when they invented Fairy that Sableye finally got a weakness.
Right, and before Charm, there wasn't really an effective way to leverage that. All right. So what? I'm trying to think what visually would be the best way to implement it, especially to be able to quickly show 2x kind of stuff and be reusable. Are we thinking just green and red kind of shaded background circles, or
no,
boxes?
just like the number 2 times in red, and then or in green, depending if it's super effective or resistant.
Well, what about the doubles? Like, are we?
Or then you just do like 2.5 or whatever that is. Whatever the mathematical term is for the double resistance or the triple resistance. Like flying has an immunity to ground, but in the game it's an actual number.
Right.
What number is that, YTX? Or scientist?
0.3 something, right?
Wait,
no,
for
I mean, like,
for what number?
So flying has an immunity, or flying
Oh,
has an immunity
right.
to ground, but in Pokemon Go that means that it does like flying takes what, it's a 2.5 or 2.3 or whatever that number resistance is. Just like with
Something
Ghost
like that.
and normal.
Yeah.
Like there's a 0.69 for what PV Poke shows, but the way that Pokemon Go does it, like the math in their formula is something else.
It's like 0.625 or something like that, right?
0.39, right?
Or point.
No.
Oh, 0.39 for immunity. Yeah. Not very
Okay.
effective. 0.2, 0.6 something or 0.5 something.
Okay.
Yeah. 0.39 is immunity.
Game Press should have that info.
Thank you for stopping by, Battle Science.
Oh, does he have to head out?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, Steven. Thank you for being part of this. I know that you might have used most of your best material in the beginning. Hopefully, we didn't give you a lack of opportunities to interject.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. Feel like, I don't know. I'm not a super big focusing on like numbers and breakpoints and stuff. I've never gone that deep, so I just feel like I don't really have a whole lot to interject there. So
okay, all good. Appreciate it. If you did somebody throw a shout out to the Battle Science in the chat before he takes off? If you are not already following them, they are obviously a podcast relating to PvP stuff, and my experience. They stream the PvP podcast, Battle Science podcast each week on Twitch, but the streams themselves don't seem to be the focus. But you should still follow them over there as well if you would like to up their visibility on the Twitch. Anywhere else that they should find you?
Twitter at battle_science. That's our main, and then we're on YouTube. So any of the podcasts get uploaded, the VODs get uploaded there, and then any of our special streams. So some of the old tournament VODs should go up there at some point. And then we were gonna do a special Flying Cup stream tomorrow. We were gonna do Jesse does the battles, and I was gonna play some Ace Combat side to side. But that gets delayed with the Flying Cup delay. So
it's hard to be critical of Niantic for delaying something that probably needed to be delayed because of how bad a shape the game is in at the moment. But at the same time, I really feel like a lot of streamers really kind of planned around this, and it was rather last minute.
I don't mind it. It'll be the first night off I'll have in a while, so
it doesn't really bother them personally because nobody at Niantic plays the game.
I mean,
except for Michael.
They had that PvP in-house tournament thing, so I don't know.
Or somehow they all came in last place.
Direct your hate mail to Saidypoo.com.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Steve. See ya.
You still need to add the poison and the flying typings onto that graphic for the weaknesses and resistances.
Good point.
Or whatever the nomenclature we settled on.
So what do... I'm trying to think in terms of...
You can just do a legend with like the background, so that way if it's yellow, that means that it's like resisted. Orange means that it has that immunity resistance, that double resistance, and then like lime green or something like that could be like it's super effective against, and then like if it's I don't know, something else it's double super effective against or something, if that's even a thing based on these singularity typings.
I mean,
you can just do like a legend.
He's implemented you're using stroke, right, to make or something along those lines to make the lines around it. Like you could color code the stroke, but then it would be more something.
No, like just make like a circle, like a little stamp. So that way if it's good, then like it encircles the typing, but it's just a background. Or if he wants to be fancy and be artistic, then he could do like a spray. So it has like that fadey little watercolor look to it.
I'm thinking whatever fits his artistic style here.
But just basically a background color of some sort around the typings.
So either it's probably red, green, something maybe bright. I don't know.
Yellow or orange.
Well, you want it to be straightforward in terms of like something somebody can visually understand without even having to read the legend, probably in an ideal world. So I'm just trying to think. I mean, I guess you probably have to have the legend regardless, but yellow kind of implies neutral if you're doing like the red, green, yellow thing, but
I like orange.
All right, so what is it that I'm doing?
Come up with some sort of color coding to show what the effectiveness is of these, whether it is super effective, and in this case we don't have to worry about double super effective because it doesn't exist here. Normal, resisted, or double resisted. And I think normal you ignore or leave it. Either do it by the color of the stroke, or by something behind it, or by an image or text next to it. It could be a dot, could be SE, or I don't think SE works too well. I'm thinking either a dot or a background or a stroke. And if you did colors instead of text, you could really just use two colors if you wanted to. You could use like red and green, and you could do 2x if it was double, or you could change the color to be like a brighter shade, maybe kind of like those heat maps you get on a spreadsheet, where it's like you've got the more something goes to one end it's brighter green, and the more it goes to the other end it's brighter red, but you don't really use yellow. It would just be like green and red and black in the middle.
All right, my brain is too dead, so you guys are going to have to decide for yourselves, and then you're going to have to tell me where to put them, because I can't even think in terms of typings.
Okay. All right, so we already had, so the double resisted ones are going to be the fighting grass bug. So whatever we come, what do you guys think about? I mean,
Green.
Dark green.
Dark green what?
Dark green behind bug, grass, and fighting.
Behind, huh?
I think that's it, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, we could probably do it where we group them and just have like one common background behind them, and then the work that you would do instead of redrawing stuff would be more reorganizing the typings.
I mean, redrawing things will be easier than having to sort through all of these.
No, that's fine.
Move them.
That's fine. Maybe a circle of green behind, and it could have like a brighter ring around it if it's double. I don't know.
They're so close together already. I don't know if I can do like a
right.
Because like that's touching the other ones.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of going with the combined background.
But I mean, I could space them out, I think.
I wouldn't space it out because I think we're missing types.
Probably.
No, we have all 18 types there.
No,
Wait.
where's dark type?
Yeah, there's no dark here.
Isn't the 18 there?
1, 2,
Oh,
3,
I
4.
must have counted.
7, right?
Oh,
That's
okay.
8 times 2, right?
I must have 16, right? Hopefully.
Dragon.
Yeah, you're missing
no,
two.
there's dragon.
Missing dark and ghost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might just need to be smaller, I think.
Oh, I didn't organize these, I take it.
So if I'm trying to think of if I'm doing this, I think the easiest thing from my mind to both implement and understand would be red circles and green circles that are maybe transparent-ish and darker with brighter rings around the ones that are double.
What was the other one I was missing? Dark and what?
Dark
Ghost.
and ghost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like how you put dragon and normal at the bottom, though.
The order is actually completely random.
Because those are the least used like markings in the future, in my opinion. Because dragon's only good against dragons, basically, and then
True.
normal is like useless.
It's only resistant against a ghost. It's like
Yeah.
it's only
it's the
saving
least used.
grace. Like what's gonna be funny is seeing these normal Pokemon like Lanoon that have all these like variety of moves, or like Snorlax. Like they're useful because they have all these coverage moves, or like a stab, body slam. But then for typings and coverage, like yeah, it's pretty straightforward. There's not a whole lot here.
All right, so you want a ring around?
Yeah, I'm thinking like just make a small circle, whatever size is appropriate for how big those are, and then the circle itself is a color, like a transparent red or green, and then if it's a double, then you just put like a brighter version of red or green as an outline to emphasize it. Because I think that's most understandable from just a visual standpoint, instead of having to read something just to start to understand it.
Something I've been doing with my usage numbers is that I stopped using red and green because I realized that colorblind people don't really usually have a red or green color deficiency.
Okay.
I mean, this thing has way too many colors, anyways. But
yeah.
If you're colorblind, you just can't see shit.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say
that's why my usage number is now like dark blue and gray now. Because I became aware of it, but that's it. But
Right.
I don't think we could do it here. But I'm just something to talk about.
It's something to be aware of. I do think, it's pretty hard to implement on something like this. I suppose if we were so inclined, you could make like a kind of like you have a web page and have like a printer friendly style sheet where it like strips out all the color and background.
Yeah, you just grayscale it basically. I'd be surprised if someone prints these.
Be surprised what?
I'll be surprised if someone goes to tournament, print these out, and just have like doing charge moves, like, oh, what's the type of this? What's the king?
Imagine Soph banning these because they're like, nope, this gives an unfair advantage.
Oh man, there's no way.
I mean, they won't, because it doesn't violate the static term, the clause that it must be a static piece of information.
It is static.
But like, just imagine somebody's like, no, you can't, because like that's cheating, and like you're the face of a controversy. Great publicity.
There have been people who put out graphics in the past that were like versions of Pokemon cards that basically did something less exhaustive like this, and I don't know that I ever saw anybody do it, but I've heard of people using those.
Did we come up with something for the typings? Oh, we
think
did.
so. It hasn't happened yet.
I think we got to stick with red and green, and then if it becomes something that I feel like messing with, or anybody feels like messing with, we could make an alternative accessible version, but that's very simplified. But I don't think that it's worth trying to overcomplicate it for those who can see in order to.
Yeah, just do red and green.
Yeah.
Just trying to time some talking points.
All right, so which ones am I putting a green outline around?
Green is
Green-
good, so I would do grass, bug, and fighting, since that's a double,
Yeah.
dark green at least, double resistance.
Yeah. Dark. I would say
Yeah.
dark green for any resistance, and put the brighter ring around it if it's double, just so that it draws more attention to it.
Do these all at the same time.
There you go.
That's it. So we're
Yeah,
doing
bug.
dark green or bright?
Yeah, dark.
Oh, okay.
Moss green, forest green. I don't know what to call it.
Because dark green means like super positive.
Doesn't really show up very well.
Yeah, I was gonna say
We
it
should
might need
probably
to.
stay away from dark colors.
Yeah,
Or light green? Okay. Yeah. That shows up.
I was thinking when I thought we were doing circles, so that's why I think that the dark.
Yeah, I
would've
thought
been
we were gonna do
better,
transparent circles.
but-
Yeah.
Like transparent circles will show up any better, especially
Yeah.
not dark green. That'll
I kind of like
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, no, I like the
I
way
think this
that
will-
looks.
Wait,
That's true.
There we go.
Actually, white doesn't look bad for good.
Yeah,
White-
white.
White doesn't look what?
Doesn't look as bad.
I don't know if people would interpret white to really mean anything.
There's
It means
that.
pure Sadie, the opposite of what you are.
True. So these were the 2 times ones. I could still just put ×2 next to them.
Yeah, that might just be the solution if we're going with the, and especially if you're not doing the circles, you probably, well, I was gonna say you could have more room.
So should we include poison and flying as part of the typing, since those are the typings of the Pokemon? Or
They've been
should they
included into the overall group?
be excluded? I don't know.
I mean, I think
Well,
that
I mean,
those will be included.
Because we're trying to build a thing that never changes.
Right.
Right, that's
this is
true.
the one thing we're trying.
So we indicate it with some sort of color that shows that those are the typings.
Yeah, so these, I guess we resist 2 times. And then,
Mm-hmm.
do we have any single resistances?
Uh,
Yeah.
Fairy, ground,
So,
Poison.
yeah,
Ground.
I'll just do the same green, but it won't have the ×2. That'll
fairy,
hopefully
ground,
get
poison.
one across.
Fairy ground poison. Nah.
That's it.
Oh yeah, I didn't consider single resistances, so that's why we include poison, flying, and
Yeah.
Only because we had the conversation earlier about flattening an image. Sadie, are you going to be able to export this asset of the typings, let your key kind of into its own file or in a template of some sort, so that you won't on any of this? I guess.
Yeah, assuming I don't fuck up horribly. Yes.
Okay. All right.
It should maintain, like, you can see all the layers over here. That shouldn't change.
Got it. Oh. All right.
So, yeah, I
I'm
could-
about to start. I'm gonna have
Oh,
to.
we
put,
need red now. But yeah.
I have to put my phone on screen because
You get another
Female?
shiny?
I did another shiny after midnight. This is like the Ethan hour. It's always an Ethan hour thing in my yard. What it is? What can I say?
Dang you, Ethan. It's all your fault.
It is. Shinies are cursed. I'm cursed.
The cursed child.
They're just different colors.
This is actually kind of I'm excited about this one. Without knowing the IVs, I'm excited about it. Not for its current purposes, but because I like it.
So can the second stages right now in the wild be shiny? Like
Yes.
so we have confirmation on that? Oh,
Yes.
That's bug.
Somebody
What things do I
caught-
put a red ring around? Somebody help.
oh, so this is for like
Ice,
things that are
ice,
bad.
rock.
Anything between ground and poison, just make that red.
Yeah, basically, just make that all red. Yeah, even psychic too. Oh man, psychic red.
Oh, yeah, that looks terrible. Wait, why though?
I don't know.
What happened?
Can we do orange? Orange could be.
No, it should work because the black outline shouldn't be leaving, but it is
It-
because somehow it got left out of that being fixed.
Wow, Ultra League.
It's weird.
Yeah. So what do you think of my shiny,
gotta
my
see.
yard shiny here, Ethan? This is.
You still got to catch that thing. He's massive. You might leave.
I didn't see what it was.
Wait,
I'm
it's
just
on
looking
stream.
at chat.
It's on stream. Come on.
I just have. Oh, whoa. The big. It's Mr. Longneck.
Who was it that was saying their affinity for that just the other day? Was it somebody we had on Bellsprouts? Holy cow.
Oh wow. 15 attack. Oh wow, wild Lapras at my house. Wow.
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 Is it shiny?
That's amazing. No.
Oh, and of course I just froze my screen capture again. Because that's what Jiggly does. Sadly, I think that I can't power it up, and it so it may not be the world's best Ultra League Dragonite or Executor.
You won't use it for Ultra League anyways.
Exactly.
Oh, it does get a. It gets a Mega, right? Or no?
No. No,
Oh, it's
I
too
think
late. It's too late in the game because it's a Alola. I'm thinking of like there's Alolan Executor GXs and stuff, and
I don't know if it gets. I have no idea if.
They add GXs to the game. You could get one of those.
GX.
GX,
Make it way too
EX,
complicated.
Wow.
Dynamax, and what else is there? Tag team.
Megas, tag team,
It's so ridiculous how many different weird gimmicks they have in the different games.
shadows, purify.
Yeah, who would have thought Shadows would be one of the ones that they'd implement first?
Yeah, from was it Gale? Gale of Darkness? Dude, I didn't even play that game. I don't know. I don't know who did.
Rocket did.
Dude.
What is the correct way to indicate that this is the Pokemon's typing itself? Do I just put them on top somewhere?
That's what I
mean,
I was thinking. Just put them toward the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just take bigger versions of the one that you have and use them.
Jiggly's using a psychic type against ghost type.
Oh, I'm just
Psychopath.
I'm just using
type effectiveness.
recommended for Rocket.
I have to
Battle.
make a type chart for Mewtwo now.
Oh, we got the boost.
I dare you to focus blast it.
You're already behind. It's already over.
Dang it.
Sorry, guys.
You let us down.
I know.
The grunt's lagging. Why don't you be easy on them?
That would be exactly what you would point out. YTX, the grunt's lagging. Why can't freaking every time I get a lucky friend and they're like, "What do you want?" I'm like, "Do you have a purified Sableye or Shadow Sable?" No. Why can't they be back in freaking stop so I can get people to farm for those for me? So frustrating. Because the people who don't use them that would actually trade them to me don't know. Oh, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I have a lucky purified Sableye, but it's 12.
I don't have one. My son has one that came from me, and it doesn't have return on it anymore. Because
I think the best one I got if I purified it would be like 12, 13, 15 or something. I don't want to go for it.
Daily spawn Weedle. Everybody jealous of my spawns, I know.
That's hype. Would you want a purified Mega for Great League? Probably, right? With return.
A purified Mega Sableye with return?
Can you do that? No, I don't even know if you can do that.
No, Shadow can. Purify can.
Right.
Mega.
Yeah, Purify can Mega. Yeah. So would you want that? Probably.
I'm gonna head out for. I might be gone for the rest of the stream, but I'm gonna head out for a minute with my daughter.
Okay.
Okay, for
Thanks,
sure.
Max. Check you
Bye,
later.
Max. Okay. This is looking good.
Do anyone
what?
see the next research breakthrough?
Oh, I have no. Do you have it already, YTX? Or
It's Shed Ninja.
oh,
The most PvP relevant mon of them all, right?
God, they love giving us garbage.
It makes me think if it may be a potential tease at abilities.
I hope so. Goodness
Maybe.
gracious, I hope
Because
so.
like they have Guido CD and then Magikarp CD, right? So those are like mega stuff. So it makes me
Right.
wonder.
Mega Shedinja.
Oh,
Mega Shedinja with abilities. Mega's allowed in GBL.
Dynamax.
Game completely
Shedinja.
broken, but they're allowed. Shedinja has an ability that as soon as you implement it, your opponent cannot recover from any lag. They just can't tap their screen anymore. Or that's how it would
Shedinja's
actually be
ability is
implemented.
pretty OP for PvP.
Shedinja's immune
Oh, yeah.
to lag.
What now? Its ability is what, that it only takes damage
Only-
from
Effective moves.
Effective. Yeah, type effective. So that would be OP. Yeah. So like Shedinja, I mean, if you have it, as long as you don't align it with the Bastiodon, it beats the grass team. There you go. You just pull out your Shedinja when they have Shadow Victory Bell.
But to be fair, it only has like 10 HP or something.
Right. So as soon as Bastiodon comes out, you just you cry.
I mean, technically, you would probably take 1 damage based on how it calculates, right?
Right. That is true.
Full fast move, you could kill it and maxed out Shed Ninja.
Let's go. Shedinja Sameta. Woohoo. That'd be so good.
What do you think about the titles for the individual boxes? I mean, obviously you could just pick colors and outlines and see what looks good. I'm trying to think if they should all be the same. Probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm terrible at graphic design stuff and fonts. That's why I drew little characters all over the place.
I'm
what
happy.
I'm
I'm happy to play around with colors and stuff. If you just want to like send me the file, if it is manipulable in Photoshop, but I'm just
Actually, the real problem is as soon as I save this, the text is not going to be text anymore because this program hates text.
rip.
Oh,
They'd still be their own layer though, so like it wouldn't be impossible to fuck with the colors
Right.
and outline stuff. But changing font would not be possible unless you just wanted to just put the new font in.
I suppose you could do that. You could save versions with and without the words, and I could just type over.
so with the back to the typings, like fairy, poison, ground, are we gonna put like one time or neutral or
No.
something indicating?
I think usually that's just implied.
I don't know. I guess it's implied.
Do we think
Yeah.
that the
know.
2x should be in green? Because I'm having a hard time reading it from. I mean, I can read it, but like I think it might be.
There you go. That's better.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking even without the outline, if it's 2x in the bright red or the bright green, it'll stand out more. Maybe bold. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a lot easier to read.
Okay. I mean, I could still outline them in black, I guess.
Yeah,
If we really want
sure.
them to be super legible.
Good call.
I mean, technically, we could even do like the same stuff to like all the matchup things. Like,
Oh, whether they're are like hard wins or you're
No,
just,
just
you're just saying
make them-
just to keep it
make not make them not black text. Although I don't know, that might be kind of obnoxious actually.
Yeah, I think it's more important to make the titles something different than those,
Yeah.
just because you don't want just color all over the place.
I agree with that. Oh,
Can we make the Azumarill more evil since it's beating the matchup?
Make it evil.
so what I
Shadow
ended up doing.
Azumarill.
I ended up doing was if the Pokemon won the matchup, he's happy. If it loses, it's very angry.
Got it.
Yeah, that's yeah.
They're happy about it.
True. Yeah, that Azumarill
It's
is
very sad, but it's a lot.
Did you want the typings to have the same kind of background style as the other ones, or was it deliberately?
yes.
Okay.
It should, yeah.
Got to rank 3 in GBL today.
That's like
Rank 3. Oh, man, tell me your team, bro.
Spooter, Azu, and then Skunktank. No, not Skunktank. Skunkfish.
Galarian or regular?
Galarian.
So you're just absolutely beating up on these poor ranked 2 players.
Did you do that deliberately to wait for people to go up so that it would be easier, or did you do it just because you weren't interested or didn't get your sets in?
No, I don't GBO that much.
Yeah, GBL's
Yeah, he's just taking it slow. Yeah.
good call.
I almost got ranked 10 last season.
Yep.
I got on my own though.
Yeah, you did get ranked 10.
I got ranked 10 on my alt with 135 battles.
The system is perfect. It's absolutely
Very
perfect.
It
It was
is.
like 80% win rate. So it's like 4-1 every game. And it's like, oh, I'm ranked 10. Just because of the multiplier, which is crazy.
Yeah. For sure.
And then I did it in my main. I'm like, I got to like 2900s, and then I got like 2 bad set. I'm like, I gave up.
Don't blame you.
The scientist got it though. That's good for him.
Okay, Sadie has input on that.
What's that?
or Sadie or.
I think Butters got ranked 10 on Ethan's account.
Sadie or.
Or maybe something else happened.
Sadie or.
Yeah, or
Definitely or. I think YTX knows I've been close though. We've both been close, and then he got it season 1.
he did
Yeah,
Butters
that's
to push. Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Freaking or.
Very heavy, but he carried. It's fine.
I don't think so though. I actually don't think so, but
Hopped in his little backpack. And off he went.
yeah, fair. Okay.
What do you think about the move counts and the headings? They may not. I guess the broader ones might not be able to be in the font of the top. Like, would that make a good subheading font, or do we need something different? Do you think?
Does what make a good subheading font?
The one used on Poke and Pull.
So like the old school like 8-bit text.
The
Is that what you're
top,
talking
like
about?
the main logo one, like the yeah.
I'm going to try and do that to all of these.
Yeah, just see what it looks like.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it'll work fine on move count, but it might not work on the broader
Oh,
ones unless we make
the-
the words shorter.
The Pokemon text? That's what we want. Oh.
Right. I mean, we're gonna need to change the color and whatever.
Yeah, the color.
Colors could probably be the same as the title.
Mm-hmm. That'd be good. Oh, that's a good color. I like that one.
Can you eyedropper it? Or no?
I fucking can't. I don't know why I can't.
Yikes.
I might be like just not understanding how this program wants me to do it, because that tends to be the case, but yeah, I don't know. So the thing, so what I can do is just like, if I like delete it and have the color selected in the first place, then the text is that color.
There you go.
So let's do that and then go move count and then change the font. Move counted. Something like that. I mean, it's certainly more lively looking.
Yeah, I mean, I
like it.
I like the idea of it matching stuff, but I'm also thinking it's not uber hard to or easy to read when it's that dark with the dark stroke. Can you just lighten the shade of it to like a kind of complementary lighter version of that or something? Or even the pink, honestly, the pink from the wings, something that's gonna pop.
Or like the color of the Golbat, because it's a little brighter.
Oh, it's true. The Golbat he drew is brighter than the text.
Oh, yeah, I think I might have fixed that afterwards.
There you go.
That was so dark. Holy shit, stop, please. What's this even called?
A move.
Move
Oh, uh-oh.
counts. I guess it's
Move
like
counts?
fast move counts is really what it is, but move counts is fine.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, it sure was. I don't know why that sounds wrong all of a sudden, but
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, I think that's easier to read from this view.
that is better now. I'll probably have to change this as well then. Stupid program. Why? Why didn't I just do this in Photoshop? No.
Is it an option to take all the assets that are not text and just throw those, or save it like that and then do the rest in Photoshop just to save yourself the aggravation?
Probably.
YTX.
What's he doing? Is he trolling
Posting.
us?
No, he posted a funny link in chat.
Oh,
So she
I-
manager. Wow.
I know that would seriously be like a freaking dream job, but the two problems with it are, of course, the location and the fact that it would probably mean being like a complete sellout, right? Like I'd have to go from like complaining about them to.
Would you have to be a complete sellout? You would also be the subject of everybody's problems, and you'd have to be like, "Well, we're working on it?" ? They won't actually tell me if they're working on it or not. So
you know all those cowboy Caterpie posts? You'd be dealing with those.
I could deal with that.
all of the people that just like at Niantic daily with their problems. Fix your game. I lagged out. I was playing my friend on the other side of the world and we lagged.
Oh my
I can't
gosh.
believe it doesn't even work. Ridiculous.
It's just kind of funny that the fact that they're even hiring a community manager is so telling.
I mean,
I don't know, kind of.
So I am the kind of guy who loves to rip on the things they do that I don't like, but I also think that like if you acknowledge that there's a problem, like you have to be okay with it when they start to try and solve the problem.
Right? No, I'm fine with this.
I
Yeah,
mean,
this is fine.
Is it telling? Perhaps, but I'd rather focus on the fact that they're doing something.
Yeah, fair. No, it's just funny. I just think it's funny because I don't know. I
because
applaud
Shadow
them
Ethan is almost as big of a troll as Saidypoo. Is that why?
Yeah, it's getting to
Confirmed.
Shadow Ethan hour, but yeah, no, I applaud them for hiring though. I mean, it takes a company. I mean, it's good for a company to recognize their flaws and then, do something like this rather than just keep doing the same thing.
Right. I don't look at it in the same way that I look at like rolling out a shitty feature and then fixing it, because that I feel like is exploitative, where they're like, let's see how much we can get away with and then roll it back. But if they're actually like, we're trying to improve as a company, as a process, then I think that that's got to be something that we're happy about.
I mean, they wanted to work out PvP, they just wanted to make it shit.
What's that, YTX?
Well, what did?
Create bugs for drop security because they need to fix it. So they
It's
never
true
get
if they never
fired.
bugs, you know?
Yeah, the bugs are a problem.
But like, they did the whole pause button thing with Switch because they thought that made sense, and the whole community had to like come together and beg them to not do it because it was stupid.
Right. Well, they just come
I
up with
know
different.
they never played the game.
It seems like if you really break it down on what they did, almost all of the changes that they try to make it harder to sack switch properly. Like if you pause, can't do it. If there's lag, you can't count it right. If you make it so that CMP ties you can switch, then like it works completely differently. If you like all of them, it's just like the only really skill-based move in the game. I think it's the only one, honestly. The sack switch is they always are making it harder. Like every other part of it, I think is just like exploits in the game that
Only when they have it outright removed. That's for sure.
This is looking a lot better, the text.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
I'm so tired that every time I delete something, I forget what was there before. Great league
I forgot to.
matchups. Great league matchups. I can't wait to have spent 5 hours making this just for nobody to read it.
It's a process.
You could I don't know. You could send
He's
it
gonna
in
be
the
like,
chat.
oh, it's so cute, and then they just like delete it.
It's,
Not worth it.
it's
I'll
not.
save it as my background.
All right.
What's that, YTX?
I didn't say anything.
Oh,
I don't
thought,
think you said anything.
I thought somebody was chiming in.
No.
Go ahead.
I said oh.
Should move counts font be slightly larger to correspond with the other ones?
I mean, it could be. Yeah.
I'm just saying it looks inconsistent with the other one, and there's room.
It doesn't take up as much space, like on the top. I mean, then it's huge.
I just in between. It just looks smaller than the ones where you have a lot more text.
Yeah,
Not
maybe you
small.
could call max dust to build like the build, or like dust to build or something smaller. I don't know.
Nope.
No?
Silly now.
Okay. Well,
Build forever.
okay. It's
I'll
just
submit
really
it.
small.
Very small. This is a small section.
It's small. Okay.
I mean, you could get rid of max from dust to build, and then you could just put a plus on the end of each of the numbers so that it means the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, well, not exactly that, but yeah.
Put a plus because it's already the max, isn't it?
Actually, max doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like just dust to build. Yeah.
All
It's
right,
like 10k
whatever.
from wild. It's not the max.
No, it was actually min. Yeah, it's like, so dust to build, and it should be 10k plus, 50k plus. Yeah.
You just do one plus.
Wait, no, you don't put the
On the other, on the other side.
like next to the K or the 10, or the K. What you
Sadie hates us all. This is gonna be the only time he ever does this show.
It's a pretty good pilot. Not gonna lie, it looks an awesome pilot. I'll save this as my computer background for like a week, Sadie, if you send it to me.
Did we address Oscar's question?
Dude, whoa, there's a
Oscar's
question. Build
Can we
cost.
ask questions to Sadie? That's up to Sadie. I don't know.
He just put build cost in quotations because Oscar's a freaking brainlet. He can't handle the pressure of being in the limelight. Which is why he choked and went 6-2 in the SIL final.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
And dashed all of our hopes. Oscar, we were all behind you. You let us all down. Riza was there. She cried. I heard it.
Oscar's asking if he can ask you questions.
You're an idiot, Oscar. Not the 6-2.
Why is Oscar getting so much hate?
Because he's the leader of the team I'm a part of. So
There we go.
their team toxicity. This is how we interact. Pepe hands. He still hasn't asked the question.
I think he wants,
wants to make
explicit permission before he does.
I don't think you answered his. Yeah.
Question.
Okay.
I mean, I'll probably yell at you, but you are absolutely allowed to ask any question you want.
No, he needs to raise his hand though.
Raise your hand.
True.
Hands, raise them both. What was I
He
doing?
did. He said Pepe hands. He did
Why
the
did I
Pepe
just
hand.
throw an ultra ball at a Wilmer? Oh my god.
You didn't want to
What is
take
wrong
time.
with my life?
Just catch it. Bam.
Oh. Who is the best fire type in GBL and why is it Blaziken?
Yeah, this is definitely an inside joke. They're like doing GBL sets, or Oscar was, with like 8 of us in the call, and he just like has had enough and just puts Blaziken in the lead. And it dies instantly to whatever it is, but then he ends up winning the game. So then I kept yelling at him about Blaziken. And then like for Sunrise Cup, I like randomly joined the chat and Oscar's like, yeah, Blaziken's matchups look really good. So I had to yell at him that Blaziken is terrible and you should never use it for any reason.
Screen frozen again. Yes, I know before this chat tells me.
It's Alolan Marowak. So it's not Blaziken, and it's never been Blaziken. Is there anything else I need to do to this thing?
Can we make the subtitle slightly more legible? I know it's the font is by design slightly less legible. I don't know if there's some way we could make it, whether it's bold or something, to be.
Can we color code the choice moves?
No.
Color code what? Oh no.
No, it's bold options.
I mean, you could. I don't think it would take too long, right?
I think that would be. That's not that bad.
It's not.
Like that. What did you want?
Color coding the charge moves.
Just the names. So just
like Poison Fang, Shadow Ball.
In the in the like eyedropper, the poison thing, and Shadow Ball.
Can't tell me some of it. That's frustrating. So instead, what we're gonna do? Where did it go? Help! Simulators.
Can we also sort them by preference?
Help!
There you go. I think they are sorted, right?
No,
Like poison.
we can hide ominous wind.
Here, look. Bleh,
Oh, right. Ominous Wind is
bleh. Look, it's Poison Fang, and you can tell it's poison because there's pink vomit behind it.
I think
I like that.
you like that. Okay.
Maybe some
Oh
sort of,
yeah, I like the little small highlight, like a high school highlighter, or like there you go.
up thing going on.
I like that vibe. Mm-hmm.
Just get it in there. Like, nah, that looks stupid. Don't do that. Okay. Shadow Ball.
It's a nice aesthetic.
And this is the same, right?
Can we draw a shadow ball behind it?
Honestly, like when I was first making these, I thought I might do like little, thingies like I did like this, but then, we moved on, and I never went back to it. Now it's too late.
So now you have to do like gray. Yeah, there you go.
And then some blue.
Bam.
Amps banging. Look at that. Now you even know what's going on. No confusion here.
No.
Let's see.
Wait, can we sort by preference?
What does sort by preference mean?
I think he means like.
Wait,
I
aren't
just
they
want
already?
Return to be the third one.
Maybe return
Fang
above.
Shadow
What's that? Return above Shadow Ball? You mean?
No,
Bottom
return
three
above
are
Ominous Wind.
irrelevant.
Or,
The top
I'm
two are
sorry,
the only
above Ominous Wind.
so it's fine. It's already sorted by preference.
What about
Two moves.
the
Won't.
the size of the numbers for wing attack and bite? They seem different than the number, but they seem kind of too big to be like sub something. Like I think they either need to be bigger or smaller. They're like kind of in between.
What?
What you want to be?
Like
What?
it just if
the
you're looking at the 2 and the 1 in parentheses next to wing attack and
Yeah.
bite, like I think that they should either be a touch smaller or the same size because they're kind of like
They're gonna be
I just think they're kind of an awkward in between size where they don't have a reason to be smaller or bigger. They're just kind of
I mean, I think you're making stuff up, but I'm gonna do it. How about that? Are we less awkward?
No, it's really hard to read. I gotta get
How about get rid of the parentheses, make them slightly bigger, and provide a space in between, and maybe put a T after them for turn.
What?
1 T,
I'm
2
just.
T.
I mean,
Parentheses.
I like the parentheses.
well, the
too.
parentheses take up more space, though. I'm trying to figure out
Smaller
kinda-
print.
maybe a dash in between. I don't know.
Why isn't that size?
No, because then it's like, I don't know.
Programming text. There's no space.
Because then it's like 2 wing attacks to what? I don't
Yeah,
know.
then it looks like exactly like these. We definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. I think
Right.
we like that. I think I like what we had, to be honest.
All right. How about put a space in with the parentheses there because they're two next. There's no space in.
Oh, okay. I suppose.
Don't judge me for my spacing preferences. So no judgment zone.
Okay. This is an
Working
aesthetic.
Alright, does that seem more reasonable?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it doesn't need a T. I don't know.
Well, I think the parentheses implies that it's the turn, but
I assume if you knew what like the concept of turns was, you
Right.
probably could figure it out.
I guess you could put a T. Maybe the T wouldn't.
Or maybe a capital T.
Mm-hmm.
Not a capital T.
Mm-hmm. Now it's like math. It's like an
Yeah.
exponent.
Yeah. We're doing
Nice.
calculations here.
We're doing calculus.
I calculate that if you use bite, you're probably gonna lose. You're alright with that. I won't judge. Just laugh.
Yeah, you have to know the concept of turns to know what 2T means.
Right. Explaining what turns are is well outside of the scope of this sheet. So
I think we need a definition section.
what is the two next to word
Nice. 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 I love it. This is so good.
All right. On the key wins and losses, I think we need to either even up the space above and below or just change the size of them so that they fill the space more evenly. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like there's a gap between the top and the bottom, but there's not a big gap between
Oh
the
yeah,
bottom
no, I
and
see
the-
that. Yeah.
And there's basically enough room for one more in each one, or they could be bigger or just spaced differently.
It's just one's like return.
Did you see what Oscar said, Sadie?
Can we get the typings typed out next to the type symbols in case we don't know the
Jesus.
concept of typing? Not even that we don't know what the pictures mean. We don't know what typings are. Yes.
That's why I was laughing.
Can we have an
That's-
explanation of how games other than Pokemon handle similar concepts in a different way that might be subtly different, but that we should not confuse with the typings in Pokemon Go?
Can we give this Pokeball graphic to like a VGC person and like hope that they can understand it?
Just a chart that compares these types to the typings in Temtem, the game I understand.
There you go. There you go. Oh my gosh, they're gonna see dust and they're gonna be like, "What is dust?"
I only understand Temtem.
Can we also label the Pokemon like a Zoomer?
That's a good idea.
I don't know who any of these goddamn Pokemon are. What is this even about? I can't even read English. This is so useless.
Can we also label the gym leader in the back? I already forgot her name.
Yeah, I continuously forget her name. I can't come up with it right now. Even though I
Yeah.
just
Can we
said it
just
to
like
you
Break
like an
League
hour
is 15 and under as well?
Wait, what was that? YTA?
Can we mention that Great League is also 15 and under CP?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. I love how they're at. Yeah, what is Pokemon Go?
at Saidypoo.
I love how they're adding Saidypoo. I was just about to say that.
Oscar thinks that's hilarious.
That's super
But it
funny.
works anyway.
That's really funny. Yeah, I was gonna mention that earlier. They're all adding Saidypoo.
I'm still pissed that like some random jackass took Saidypoo in Pokemon Go. Like, just outrageous.
I'm just as
It
pissed
is.
that I have to have Jiggly Dad with a 1 instead of an I.
Yeah, like who are these people stealing these names? I demand justice.
I'm upset that I actually. Never mind.
Yeah, you're upset. Your game sucks.
I'm upset that someone took Pikachu.
Oh man. Exactly.
It's so funny watching Sadie adjust text from 9 to 10. Bro, shut up. I'm upset that someone took Oscar. Yeah, imagine having a name like Oscar. That's rough, dude.
Can we
Wait,
explain how we go with Pokemon when we play Pokemon Go? I can't grasp the concept of going with Pokemon.
Thanks, Riza.
Oh.
I need to just like type the words out again. I can't do it. Help.
Like I said, if you sent it to me without the text, I'd be happy to throw it in there. All right, key win.
It's key wins and key losses.
We have to go back to the.
Go back to a different font.
Just put happy face instead.
Why can't I just like type the letter?
Yeah, just put a happy face and put a frowny face for key losses.
Yep, you're right. That's actually the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're welcome.
Needed a solution I could handle.
That's an easy one.
Maybe even in green.
There you go. It goes well.
I love the amount of effort that was put into some of this, and as we're going on, Sadie's just like, what is the lowest friction way to get this done?
Wait, no, there's an inconsistency. Now you have to change the Great League.
Not. Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
have to
yeah.
change the Great League one. Yeah, there's inconsistencies with the yeah.
I mean, we had to fix the space where it didn't fit in the box, so now we have
Yeah.
smiley.
We should also do that for typing as well.
Yikes!
There are
Frowny.
no typings. There's just sad or happy. Is matchup
So, like,
sad?
super
Is matchup happy?
happy when double resisted.
Yeah, you should do like a really happy
Oh.
face when it's double resisted, and then like a super frowny face when it's yeah.
I just load in Craigasm.
Like for steel, you just do a super frowny face.
Venusaur makes that bat happy. Azu makes the bat sad. That's so Sadie. Venusaur? Can't say that to me.
I like that, Oscar. I like that. Yeah.
No.
What if we just start the graphic over and simplify it with only facial expressions? That's essentially my job. I draw facial expressions.
We have to communicate Pokemon names through facial expressions.
This one has a nose for no reason.
No. Nose ruins the aesthetic.
This is absolutely banging now. Whew.
Yeah, it looks real good. The only inconsistency is the 2x2 on the typing, so you got to make it a super happy face.
It's just there's not enough room.
For the Shadow
Wait.
Zubat, can we make it sad because it's expensive?
Can you make it key to explain what happy and sad mean in this context? Yeah. No, I got you, Matt. I'm there with you.
Wait, what is the nose meme? Like, what is
Okay, so the nose. He can smell, but only this one.
See. I see.
Oh my god. All right. Whatever you do at this point, just make sure that you save this both in a format that you can save the assets for later and something that we can actually use so that you don't reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
So we're actually going with the smiley and frowny face. Okay, yeah.
Change it. I think it's fantastic.
I think the only thing I don't like is the nose, but that's just me.
I still don't know what it means.
so
so-
important.
It means it could smell.
Yeah, see, somebody was listening.
Yeah,
Hello?
but why can that one smell and
No,
the other
but-
ones can't?
He has to.
Because it's open league.
Yeah,
It's open.
greatly
So open.
You have to sniff out what's in the back because
Yeah, this is
there's so many
closed
more
mouth.
possibilities.
So it's a close, man.
You don't have to smell anything. Here, you gotta smell out, like, is that Azu in the back? Because if you can't smell, you're gonna look like this idiot right here.
Oh.
Smelling, but very sad.
Yeah, and it's them trash. You don't want to smell that.
Bro,
I see.
do not smell under any circumstances. Will we?
I mean, I'm more worried about Garbodor myself. I don't really know. One of the damn trash never made sense to me.
It's not relevant in any. Of. What if
All
he had
right.
a note? Would that make you feel better about it?
No, no,
No,
no, don't ruin it with a nose. Don't do it.
You can put a nose on the Zubat as well. On the
true.
Zubat.
Oh God, no, damn it, stop the noses. No,
This one's
I
got
don't want, no.
one of those like big schnoz like goggles.
Stop, no.
Incognito, you know?
Oh my gosh, it's awesome.
No,
I like it.
it's horrifying.
That's cool.
He's got a gun.
Oh, all
Since
right.
Azu is at the Halloween Cup matchups, can we give it like a hat? This is Halloween.
Oh, I do like that. Yeah. I like put a pumpkin on his head.
Like a rich hat or something.
Pumpkin hat as is the new
Pumpkin head.
as the new promo.
No,
What the hell happened?
passed down through generations of the pumpkin hat.
I love
It's the pumpkin
I
king.
love how Sadie does not want to take the effort to retype text, but when you say pumpkin hat, he's like all about it. He's like, this
Yeah,
could...
now you're speaking my language.
Pumpkin King Azu. There you go. There you go.
The reality is, Ethan, he's getting a witch hat. So
Oh, okay. You're gonna do that? Okay.
Oh, did you
Well.
guys see what the spotlight hours are for next month? That there's going to
Yeah,
be
they're
a
all
hat,
crap.
a hat Pikachu.
oh my god, that's so popular.
No. It's not gonna be a hat Pikachu. It's gonna
Original
be
hat.
two different hat Pikachus.
Right.
I'm actually super hyped. I don't know about you guys, but
It's crap.
I'm not hyped at all. Don't you already have all your
Absolute
hat
crap.
Pikachu built, Ethan?
I can't stop.
no,
My face
No.
is in pog now.
I don't have all of them built yet. I need to get all the hundos first, and then I can build them. And
You know what I want? A shiny hat Pikachu.
oh man, I
Only
I
the
think
hat
I
is
have it.
shiny.
Shiny Halloween hat Pikachu, which
No,
is
I
very.
only want the hat to be shiny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Just
they
not really shiny.
they
That's
should
the
have
worst
been.
hat ever, Saidypoo.
They definitely missed the boat on the shiny like Rayquaza hat Pikachu and those ones. They should have had those correspond with their shiny.
I mean, I just like YTX. I just want the hat as well. To be honest, I think the Pikachu's fine, just normal. I think
Why do
the hat
they
should be shiny?
regular wild Pokemon that can evolve anymore instead of just hats? I don't get it.
Why don't they just let us like customize our Pokemon with like
That looks like some sort of strange
I don't know what that is.
bleeding it forever.
I think it's just easier to manage the assets because, like,
Yeah.
if they have like hat Bulbasaur, they would have to do Mega Hat Bulbasaur.
I guess you're right.
All of the
So-
hats, put it on all of them.
That's too many.
It's too much
many.
stuff.
Yeah. Because then every
that's
time
where
they
you draw the line?
release a new hat one, then the people who are collectors will complain that they have like even more things they have to evolve, like the living dex people.
Are those even real people though?
I
Yes.
used to be one of those people before PvP. I used to try and have like gendered shiny decks, whatever, or living decks. It was
Argument that maybe
Well, you heard
weren't-
it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Jigglypuff only sees two genders. You just said it. You'd like to collect the two genders.
no. Yeah, I also I guess there's really no other choice. There's genderless. There's genderless Starmie and what else? Ditto?
Cresselia.
All the
Cresselia's female,
all the
I think, right?
legendaries are
What? I thought it was
genderless.
gender
I
neutral.
thought.
I think Cresselia is female.
I thought they were
It's
all
like the one
genderless if they
legendary.
were legendary. Is it really?
Creselia's female, I believe, and then
That's why.
You're right. It is.
yeah,
Wow.
and then Latias and Latios are male and female.
Yeah, and I
Hmm.
just love how people would, when they first came into existence in Pokemon Go, and people were like, "Oh, I caught a Latina. I caught a Latino,"
What the fuck?
because
Oh,
of
boy.
the autocorrect. Whenever you would type it with your phone, it
Latino.
would say Latino and Latina. It's like, "Oh, come catch your Latinos and
Wait,
your
what are you-
Latinas."
Let's see.
And then what was the other one? Or bacon
Are
for
you
Bagon.
right? What? Why does it have a cloud?
Oscar
Oscar
asked
said,
for it.
"Can you make it rain on the Shadow Zubat?" And so I did.
No, he meant
Oh,
make
there
it
we go.
rain by putting like dollars with like strippers.
Yeah, but I'm fucking sick, so I did this instead.
Well, I mean,
Can you imagine how hype a stripper would get if you could do this?
I don't know how hype do they get, Saidypoo?
I feel like they get pretty hype.
But like for real, what the hell happened to the Great League matchups? Why is it a sad?
Because Sadie doesn't like
Oh
manipulating text.
No.
You undid it, and please don't redo it. Don't do the nose. No.
Now it has to be bigger.
Wait,
No.
Wait, I don't understand.
The nose
So
is terrible.
you wanna smell Toxicroak, but you don't want to smell
These are the-
Wormadam trash.
It's just like survival of the fittest, you know? Some of us can smell, some of us can't.
Okay.
I mean, that's at least a better looking nose. No,
Oh.
no, no.
It's gonna be awkward when Jiggly realizes that Saidypoo's charging by the hour,
That's funny.
like $25 per hour, and then Saidypoo's like, "All right, I'm fine with this," and then freaking 8 hours later, he's like, "Holy crap, my bill!"
Getting paid by the reader and I'm getting nothing.
Well, you have.
He's
You've
getting
had
paid
some
by the
ads.
Well, the
likes.
one, well, I was gonna say the two things that are not implemented in the infographic that in my mind would have been a tiny little one of my logos, and your thing is what your information. You don't have either a signature or a URL. Of
Well,
your
he could put his. He
Don't
could put
want
his
either.
signature.
You
You could
what?
put your signature at the bottom.
He could put his signature, or he could put a QR scan code onto the graphic that takes you directly to any of his things.
a QR scan.
Now we
Yes.
can just put this out into the internet and it won't come back to us, you know?
So if we have a QR scan, then somebody is looking at this infographic on their phone, and then they're using a second phone just to scan the infographic just to get to Saidypoo's site because they're that
Well, how else are they
dedicated.
supposed to know if it's anything else? Like, if there's a signature, they'll be like, "Oh, this girl signs her name really cute. Like, I want to go follow Saidypoo." And then when they find out that it's a dude, they're kind of like, "Damn it, catfished again."
They literally like refund their order, unfollow me on Twitter.
You could put your signature at the bottom
That's
left.
happened
Is
like
what I
what,
was
10
thinking.
times? That's happened at least 10 times too. I feel like Sadie.
I've had a lot of people assume I was a girl, which I don't really blame them for. I don't think I've ever had any like negative interaction because of it though.
Imagine getting a whole bunch of nudes from guys. You're kind of like, "I'm actually a dude," and they're like, "Perfect." Oh, there you go. His
You could put-
obnoxious signature.
Are you gonna put it there? You could put it at the bottom left, though. I think that's what I was thinking.
I feel like that's the only reason why I was never an artist is because I didn't have a cool signature.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Like, if you can have a cool signature, then you're golden. You're
Bottom-
automatically an artist.
Bottom left, then Jiggly Dad's logo top right. I don't know. I like it.
That already has his logo there. Freaking, it has a Wigglytuff.
Nice, thank you.
There you go. Made by Ethan only.
Thank you.
Ethan, yeah, your signature is amazing. Ethan.
That's a nice
no
one.
Us.
I like that.
We're like, what the ever loving fuck is this? It'll be like, oh, it was just Ethan.
I signed
They're
that.
gonna
Yeah.
zoom in on it and they're gonna read it and they'll be like, why the fuck didn't they have a QR code so that I could just scan it with my extra phone?
Yeah.
I sound like a girl? Hell yeah. I'm gonna pull all those Patreon subs, bro. Voice only.
$2.
Yeah. Please sub to my Patreon, Matt Coon. Yeah.
Oh.
So when is this gonna be released?
Hopefully
Or what's-
Oh, no. I don't know.
Are you leaving the glasses on? You're leaving the glasses on the thing. Oh Lord.
Imagine going to college to like get a degree only to do this.
Imagine. Can you even imagine? I can't.
Is that signature staying there, or
What do you
Is
mean? You're the one doing it.
no, I'm just saying. I was just suggesting the bottom left or top right for either.
mean,
What? What'd you say, Sadie?
this infographic report. Didn't you send this to me, Ethan?
The infographic?
Yeah, you made this and you sent it over
No,
to
I didn't
Saidypoo.
make it. What?
Well, your signature is there. May the jury please recognize that Ethan's signature is on the layout.
You literally signed it. Who would forge Ethan's signature like that?
That's not even how. That's not even what happened. That's I don't know. YTX is gone now because he took too long.
Oh.
Because what took too long?
Because this.
The nose job.
What do you mean? It's
Why
been
isn't
done.
Why isn't there
I
a
mean-
color for wing attack and for bite?
Oh, that's a good point.
That
Colors
probably.
would they be?
I mean, well, you have air cutter already with that
So
same
you-
color.
so you
put
need
for
to
wing
take-
attack, but for bite, you'd have to do like a
But you need to just
gray.
black.
I don't know what you're telling me. You have to tell Ethan he made the infographic.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Ethan, get your butt on it.
Not enough
There's
noses,
not enough
YTX.
noses.
No, don't.
See?
No.
There's not enough noses. There never
No,
will be.
YTX
There's
is
not enough
all
phallic
usually
looking objects
wrong.
on this for Saidypoo to sign off on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't get to draw any anime titties.
Oh my gosh.
Oh Lord.
So where are you putting your signature?
I'm not putting my signature on it. At least
Wait.
not right now. Maybe at a later date. But... Can't handle it.
All right. Do we want to call it a day on this and do the finishing?
I'm gonna send it
Finishing-
to my editor.
Yeah, I mean, you can send. I will gladly mess around with stuff, but obviously the fonts and stuff are a harder issue.
Yeah, good luck figuring out this layer thing that's going on because it is an absolute nightmare. I like tried to group them, but then they ended up not being grouped because I had to redo these. And
Well, that and plus, I mean, like, you gotta add a nose folder of layers. So
that's a good point, actually. Actually, no, I need to spread the noses through all of the folders. So Jiggly Dad can just easily delete the nose folder.
I think this is
Oh,
our
Lord.
longest stream ever.
or no, like
Well,
what we
let's
can
see. What
do
are
is
we
you
at
can,
right
like,
now? We are at.
We're going for 5.5 hours.
we normally cut it off at 4:20, right? But we're
We've
surpassing.
exceeded that.
Now we're going for
Basically-
666, 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds.
That's what happens when we start early for Kakuna. We just add extra on the front end.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
All right.
You should do something where it's like a hidden message inside, and like somebody has to solve the riddle and say
Hey,
Gotham
hey.
City on this.
Oh, believe me, there's riddles. There's riddles that Victor and I have planned for our stuff. That'll be a different thing, and I don't think Sadie will be involved because Sadie will not return my messages after tonight.
Oh,
That's
because I
not-
need to. I have to
Great
get my
time.
secret decoder ring and find out that I need to drink more Ovaltine.
It's very, very much in that vein. Yes.
More Ovaltine, please. I wish Max would shoot his Ovaltine all over my. Anyway,
It's all about
What?
Nesquik. Nesquik.
that's quick.
So I'm gonna be doing my first cooking stream in a long while tomorrow.
Nice.
Finally got it
Daytime?
all set up.
That's hype.
I
Daytime?
bought a freaking yeah, probably in like literally like 8 hours.
Are you gonna go to
I
sleep
bought a
early and
cable
sleep
for
fast?
Huh?
You gonna go to bed early and sleep fast so that you go straight from one stream to the next, or are you just gonna go on short sleep?
No sleep.
No sleep cooking
8
stream?
hours and you're gonna go
Nice.
on no sleep. Wow. No sleep till cooking stream.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
That's right.
But yeah, I finally bought a cable, and I tested it out on a crappier laptop than my desktop, and I streamed for like I think like 20 minutes, just me with no audio, just the visual, and I switched between all my scenes and everything. I was like, hey, it works. Okay, I'll probably just do this, and so probably gonna do that.
Nice. All
What are you
right.
doing?
Should we relieve Saidypoo of his burden of this and let it just you got the files to send me and we
But not of his dignity.
No, that's definitely gone too. Yeah, I can send you this stuff. I
Okay.
think I might have to email it to you though. It
That's
might
fine.
be too big for Discord.
That is fine. All right. Who is there to send people to?
You can go raid Chaz for being a toxic gamer. Oh, Victor. Victor's live.
Oh, that's right.
Victor.
Yeah.
What the hell's a Victor?
It's a Vandaslog.
Yeah, that's true.
What?
Hello? Hell.
Oh, Sadie. All right. I'm going to send folks off. We will finish this off behind the scenes, and we will see just how long it takes people to recover from doing this once to tell you when the next one will be. If you've got a Pokemon in mind that you would like us to feature, we will be asking the question on Twitter. And I'm sitting here looking at the freaking Pokeball spin on my phone when I literally now have a wired Ethernet connection and I'm sitting still. Sweet Jesus. All right, we are going to send you guys off to Victor. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for joining us on the first episode of Poke and Pull.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Yeah.